Streamer to let me know. All right, people. What's going on? It's best. It's a best comics of the week, and we got special guests. We have the Shadow Band King himself, as Rob would say, or an Extreme Move show. We have England team from I Love Comics.
Howdy.
Gracing us with his presence.
That is my plan to grace.
Gail must have got sick of you. Said you could come out to play.
Little bit, actually. It's
All
very
right.
close to what happened.
All right, and we also have Geek Easy returning as well, but this time he's on his phone. All right. I hope your PC gets fixed soon.
It's dead. I got a friend of mine looking for he's gonna get me a new one or build me one. So
yeah.
So
that's
right. I ruined my streak the other day because of that.
All right. And we're also joining us as always. We have Eric Breen tonight.
Good evening.
All right. Zach will not be joining us tonight because he is at a wedding rehearsal. His friend's getting married. He's required to be the best man. So it's actually I paid the guy to get married, so Zach wouldn't show up tonight. I don't want to offend him by all the books we're talking about. But apart from that, Joe Geek Show, who's usually been joining us frequently, is also busy tonight. He said he decided to volunteer with helping out some kids.
He said he was going to be at his daughter's school.
Yeah, so he chose kids over us. I mean, even though we are kids, pretty much.
That just sounded creepy, man.
Well, he did have his little spawn there, and if you've met her, you can sort of see why he'd pick her because she's cool.
She's not. She's I can say I've never had an issue with her. When she first appeared on this channel, she was way littler, and she was obsessed with the frog. Like I said, I've never seen anybody be a fan of the comic book frog, and I gotta say that is awesome.
And she's still the only one,
right?
And boy, when she sees that the camera's on and he's there, man, she's a camera hog, man. She'll just come up, elbow him out of the way, and take up for everything that she's on. She is so cool.
He's got the searchlights behind him.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good spot. I moved everything, so now I don't know where to put the lights.
You can find it without the light.
If you have a background and you hide the lights, then you get that little noise. And if you move the light too close to your green screen, you get that. So I'm still trying to find the sweet spots.
Grooms?
Say again?
You have a screen that grooms?
Yes.
All right.
I said green, but okay.
Green screen.
Yeah.
I thought groom.
I got to show off a little bit of the good comic book this week. I've read a few of them myself. I don't know how you do this.
Wow.
I have no comics to show, by the way.
I take 2 hours. I set 2 hours aside, and I just go right through the books. My LC is the guy just go out on Wednesday. So in between ringing people up, he's sitting at his table just reading the books.
How many books did you get this week, man?
Let's see here. 13. Plus some back issues.
And Gadzooks.
Well, the thing is that I feel like I'm winning because I'm finding books that I actually do enjoy.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of how long it's going to take you to extol the virtues of 13 books.
Well, I'm going to go through real quick. Quickly. I don't want you guys to be bored. But some of the books were there's at least 2 of them that are one's come out this week, but I'll include it because it is a reprint in color. You can already guess what that is. And the other one is from 2 weeks ago. Is a facsimile.
I've got a couple of older books myself, but yeah.
All right, number 13. Let's see. Let me do the thing.
Do you have these in order of least to best?
Yeah, for me, I usually do that. It's much more fun.
Of course.
Number 13 is a book. It's called Robin Hood, but it stars her friend, the Native American, and she gets knocked out, and he takes over the whole entire story.
A bleach blonde Native American?
Well, no. Her friend, he's been I forget what his name is, but he's been in the book for a while now. He's basically warlord.
Yeah, that's false advertising, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
They should have put the dude on the cover and see how that sold.
Yeah, because she gets knocked out, and this guy steals her spirit. So he has to go and basically battle against this guy to get her spirit back. And like the end, she's like, "Oh, what happened?" Oh, it's just like, why? It's called Robin Hood. It should be called Robin Hood. Or actually, no, don't call it Robin Hood. Call it whatever this guy's name is, featuring Robin Hood. Yeah, I don't know why they just didn't give him his own little mini series, but it's supposed to be, yeah. And I keep thinking, I'm going back to Fire and Ice. Everybody steals that look, They do characters, so it's nothing new. You actually would do shoot? Have him skin a cat instead of wearing a dog or bear skin. Then it's something new. But, yeah.
Skin a cat, is that a euphemism?
Only if you want it to be.
Okay.
But don't tell me what it is. It means to you. Let people wonder. All right, number 12. It's great to see it's getting back to more realizing that you need to have more Vampirella in this book, actually being Vampirella. And her just reminding people that on the plural world that she actually is a natural super. So even your little, because if those are not reading this, Dan Abbott has been writing this. We're getting Pascal Colano on the art. This is a variant cover. This is the main cover, but the art is kind of cartoony. This. It's not the greatest. Like I said, I prefer the Harris still. Art was so much better on that.
Hey,
it looks like they tried to go manga.
Is Astronauts? Is that Jay Lucian?
He's
not here, right? Is that him?
Astrobots? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Autobots, whatever it's called.
He just got a lot happier.
Boy.
Hey, Canadian survivalists, good to see you. And Marani says, "Well, I'm still a fan of Froggy because someone has to be. So there's two people. See, it's like a plague. Eventually, everyone's gonna be a fan.
If it keeps multiplying, if it keeps doubling."
So it basically looks like everything's gonna come to the head in the next issue. I'm not sure how many issues it's going to be last, but this is issue 5. I think it's more. Yeah, because that's all I'm gonna give is one more.
Is that just? Are you kind of thinking like I am? That it's just kind of petering out.
It is.
Okay. Actually, I've been feeling that way about Dynamite with both Red Sonja and Vampirella. I started out very excited for him, and it just seems, I don't know, maybe familiarity has bred contempt.
Well, this is the big issue. I love Dan Abbott, but Project Superpowers and Vampirella and Red Sonja do not mix.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dan Abbott he should just write a normal Red Sonja book or write a normal.
It's kind of like Conan being in Marvel proper.
Yes.
Just put him in his Conan universe, leave him alone there, let Vampirella be Vampirella. Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, that's what I said. I read the Conan about Barbarian and Titans, the Titan comics, and it's so much better than what we've got over. And the funny is that the guy is running it. What is it? Is it Jim Zub? He wrote I think it was Savage Conan over at Marvel. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what it is, but I never read those, but to me, it feels like it's so much better than putting him into a modern world and having him team up. It'd be like Conan with Batman. I don't want that team up.
Well, actually, there was a Wonder Woman Conan that I got at my first Comic-Con up here when Aaron Opresti was up here. He drew it, and I think it was Gail Simone or someone who wrote it, but that was actually pretty good.
Yeah. Well, that's usually rare when Gail Simone writes something good. So, anyway, get into my number 11. This is part 2 of 3. It's Kingdom of Lost. This is by Pat Shand, and basically in this, we're getting actually no, it actually isn't Pat Shand. This is Dave Franchini and David Wool.
We know why you bought that book, doodah. It's because the way that chick does look. Oh, the doodah day.
And because they actually made everybody like a badass. That's
there you go. All righty.
and it has great articles.
Of course, yes. He reads it for the articles.
So I was always curious, as I've seen the Zenoscope doing the Wizard of Oz books before.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, okay, well, I've seen Belle, I've seen this. Okay, what in this series, basically that, well, she's from Kansas, but her real father is actually from Oz. She's a princess. So she has magical powers. Her dog is pretty much a giant wolf. It's like crypto on
Steroids.
more than steroids. It's like Kryptonian steroids. The Tin Man is in here too as well. So basically, in the very first issue, this giant hole appears, in the ground. Guards are slayed. The Tin Man, who had basically been frozen. Oh, welcome back. Easy. He's in here twice now. I streamed you're kicking him out.
What's going on?
Oh, he got kicked out, I guess, and then he's back in. Dalton happens to Dalton all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, in the first, so the Tin Man originally, I said I'm going into this blindly as far as the whole lore stuff, but the Tin Man was stuck as a statue. He sacrificed himself. He was forever trapped as an immortal statue. He one day goes missing. He's stolen, and by this mysterious guy, and you find out this guy is. We get an origin story going back to Kansas when her house was swept up. That apparently her mother came to the house one day, and she was told to leave the property, but she wanted Toto, and she was kicked out. So the mother is the one that caused the giant tornado to sweep him over to the Wizard of Oz, over to Oz. So and this guy who had been weirdly observing got sucked into it as well. So and he's been trying to find his way back. So he ends up learning magic along the way. There's the Tin Man. He said he's got a freaking behemoth. Geeky, is he back in? Keeps popping in and out.
Okay.
All right. Apparently, there's this guy created his underground refugee city under Oz that no one's known about. And you can see Dorothy and the Scarecrow. And I gotta say, the way she dresses like she's like a 1930s harlot. And she acts like she's from the time period. So at least they kept that there. But they come across another villain, and they get sucked into this because apparently these portals, as the government explains, there's multiple of them. They all go to different. Well, of course, because everybody has to have a freaking multiverse.
Yeah.
So there's a patch world, and the monsters are not friendly. Also,
okay.
Yeah.
Do they call it the patchwork world?
I believe so.
Okay, in Wizard of Oz is more than just one book, and there's actually a patchwork girl of Oz. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Like I said, I'm not into that lore, and pays a half the Disney.
A lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't know there's more than one book. So,
but what I like about this, though, we get to see the guy's journey in the backup story. Telling how when he landed there, he became a slave, worked his way up. Then he was originally rescued by the patchwork girl, because they're mining for some green rocks. The green rocks were also in turn used to control the slaves. Yes, so they make it's different. I mean, I was like, it's actually enjoyable. I mean, normally it's like Wizard of Oz. I'm like, I've seen the movie. How are they gonna work in the Xenoscope? But the lion, he's pretty jacked. He's got 2 kids of his own. Scarecrow, is pretty much same as he was in the movies and stuff.
Sorry about that. There's something happened with my phone.
It's okay.
Yeah, it happens to Dalton when he's on it. He's always on his phone, but it happens to Dalton too.
All right. 13. All right. So my number 10 this week is Batman White Knight Generation Joker. Phenomenal. As far as I'd say the story it's just about mid, and I hate to say that. Batman, even though he's on the cover, he's really not in the book. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, we're going to show him. He was very heavy centric in the main books, but this is a spin-off series, so it's focused on Jack Napier, his kids, and on Harley Quinn, Ivy, and Riot, who used to be she was the other Harley. She calls herself Riot. And Two-Face is in here too. But the big reveal at the end is, wondering who's been working with Wally West and some of the other guys. And I'm not going to spoil it because, it's going to lead into something that's we've been waiting for. I'll just say it involves Superman. in a future book series. So, all right. Number 9 this week, Superman, oversized 850. It's not Legacy anymore. It's just 850 now. Just kidding. It's number 7. But Legacy. Look at that. So dumb.
Legit.
Yeah, legit.
Yes, it is absolutely an 850 issue. They didn't cancel it and re-volume it at all.
So
I'm good.
Well, you're half right. They didn't cancel it.
the reason this book, I usually like Joshua Williams and all that, but Williamson. But this book was, like I said, it was okay, and then we get to see Superman apparently released. This guy kind of looks like Nicolas Cage, which really annoys the heck out of me. But he's revealed he's got tactile telekinesis, and the thing that annoyed me the most book, I was like, oh, it's just okay, this is gonna be good, and then immediately it's like, oh, but wait, the Superman family's here now to help, and I'm like, I don't care about the twins, I don't care about Connor. Sorry, Connor, they've nerfed him so bad over the years.
I actually like this series.
The current one,
yeah,
the one before it.
No, the one that's going on right now. I don't want to call him Superboy. John Kent is Superboy. I'll call him Connor Kent all day, but it's just one more thing where they've got it wrong, and I'm not gonna.
You do know they're gonna let Mags do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I promise you, they're gonna now, especially now that Jeff Johns. I mean, those guys are gone.
Do you love the art? We also get some Dan Jurgens doing some of the art in here too, as well. For those, and this is a spoiler for those who didn't read the book for last issue. Well, Lex was basically gravely injured, and he had the emergency surgery while he was in the prison. It was a hit on him. Lois comes in to basically confirm what we said. He's like, she's like, because basically, here, quickly, I'll say this, his dialogue. He says, he says, Lane, you come to gloat, or is this a show of concern, true concern? And I gotta say, that alone, that quote right there makes me happy, because when Lex says stuff like that, because Lex Luthor is a diabolical genius. He's arrogant. I love that. It goes back to the Clancy Brown Lex Luthor in the cartoon series. He'd always talk down to people. I'm having fun. I'm having fun with this book, but I mean, it's to the point where it almost feels too long. And then I'm like, I start, once Superman is pretty much, getting the upper hand, everything else, like, oh, it's great, cool. But my biggest flaws with this book is that Superman needs help from others, too much.
That's how I felt about Batman during the Rebirth and Detective Comics.
Yeah.
He was always going to the team. He was always going, it's like, no, we need a Batman book, like just Batman.
So, also Lex Luthor's, we get an origin story, how he thought that in order to be a good hero, he had to shed some of his moral code. That's why he locked this guy away, because he couldn't defeat him, because his telekinesis is too powerful. And then we learned that his mother's alive. So I don't know where they're going with that, but I'm just thinking like, oh great, more Katniss, because whenever it's like I'm not. Of course, my knowledge with her is always CW. I don't know what she was in the comic books, but I thought, I mean, even in the Wonder on the Smallville, she was in the picture. She was dead. But
I don't ever remember her being in the comic.
Yeah. So the other thing I rolled my eyes up is towards the end here. It's like, oh, Lex Luthor, Lena Luthor, his daughter, and she has a Brainiac symbol on her forehead. And then we get to see Brainiac, and this is what really pissed me off. Is Brainiac reminds me of why I just don't like modern DC. Oh, look, all the Lobos, random Lobos, were hired by Brainiac to go onto the planet and just cause destruction.
Lobo wouldn't allow his clones to live.
They're not clones, though. They're his people. They never died. Lobo lied. His planet, all his people are still alive. Yes, and then we get the Mr. Freeze kind of on this thing. he's trying to. I don't know if he's trying to build his own mate or whatever, but it kind of looks like that. But I'm just like, I don't know. Like I said, whenever I see more than one Lobo, no thanks to you. It's like
I'm like that with more than one anything anymore.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing that with everything now, man. There's
Yep.
there's more than one Superman. There's more than one Flash. There's more than one, Wonder Woman. There's more than one, Jack down the street, who you grew up with a kid. They're doing that with everybody now.
All right. Number 8. It's the final issue of this. It's written by Rob Liefeld, brought Spider-Man to help boost sales, and I did help a little bit, but we can all agree that Rob Liefeld's not the best writer. But I still say he's better than Todd McFarlane when it comes to writing. It's just what you expect, and it's in a Rob Liefeld book. What's that?
That's a low bar, but yeah.
It's basically what you expect in a Rob Liefeld story. Like, the main bad guy and the fat guy wants to basically put his body inside the guy on the left, so he could be all, and he uses cable to do it. He uses these lanky villains who are basically kind of like a knockoff of the Frightful Four. They do it. They're paid, and you just get basically a lot of carnage, a lot of violence in the book. Something that I don't mind. Some people are like, oh yeah, but the story's so bad. I'm like, it's straight to the point. It's heroes versus bad guys, and it's simple enough that. Like I said, this is more an art book than it is a storybook, which I don't mind. But Wade decides to do something, but I don't think we haven't seen him do it. But he takes the bad guy's claws, shoves them into his forearms, so now he's got Wolverine claws. And he starts going up against the bad guy, cutting him up. And then even Wolverine's like, where did you learn how to do that? He's like, I learned it from watching you. Pretty much the trope, from you, Dad, from you. Yeah. And yeah, they kick at the end, they kick him out of the window, only for him to basically be picked up by, this is the other bad thing. Arcade Sister. And apparently there's going to be a part 3 to this. Not sure when to. I guess next year, but like I said, it's I don't know. To me, it's straight to the point. You know what you're getting. You're getting a brawl. You're getting good versus heroes. There's none of this like Krakoa politics, all that BS.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Cable doesn't even bring it up, not once, which I love. Neither with Wolverine. So
they don't talk about Krakoa. No. I went there.
All right, that's okay. Only if you only know if you're on Krakoa, right?
Right. Krakoa.
Jamaica, Krakoa. Ooh, go.
Ooh, you wanna know about reincarnation?
Yeah.
The station where you get new life now. Yeah, I don't know what.
I just have. You put the lime in the coconut.
Coconut.
What happens in Krakoa stays in Krakoa?
I wish it did, but they put it into a
Actually,
comic book and bored the fuck out of it.
The correct response is what happens in Krakoa stays on the shelves at the LCS.
Yeah.
What happens to Krakoa don't matter because it don't sell her. So this is all my LC had left is this cover, the Mag God cover for World's Finest. We get an opening shot with Barry going through the multiverse. It says one of the things he has fun is he's trying to find Boy Thunder by going through the multiverse, and he comes and because Barry is the one that comes across the Kingdom Come part, But we get to see this because Wonder Woman's not around. We get to see a little team up of, I guess, her rogues gallery of the guys fighting him out. But it's cool. I mean, so basically, and Cosmic Treadmill's in here too, but it's wires like so Batman and Superman go through this. It is very hokey Silver Age.
I'm guessing the kid that they're looking for, was he in a story arc? Because I quit the book for about 7 months. He must have been in the.
He was Superman's new sidekick, the boy Thunder. He had the
Okay,
purple.
yeah, I wasn't reading at the time.
All right, so they go on there. They come across. Well, can you come? And right at this point, they're intangible, so no one can see them. They're kind of like ghosts visiting, and they come across this. And then Bruce is like, dude, all the people. This is a eerie poster, if they ever made it. For Kingdom Come. Overall, I'm just loving the art in this too. A lot of Easter eggs that Booster Gold's in this rally. Booster Gold's got his own restaurant. So,
yeah, they've used that restaurant in a lot of issues. I guess in this universe, this world, Booster owns it.
You know, if you remember, it was actually Robin and Supergirl that went on a date, and they were in one of those burger themed superhero restaurants. Yeah.
I wasn't reading at that time either, but I do know of that.
But there's also nods to basically of past issues. You see there's the when they merge together for a second. There's that costume. You know. But this is very Mariko Tamaki. They're sitting there, they're eating food while they're on retconning the place. So, and as they go out, basically another person gets here disturbance. Someone's attacking, and the kid's much older now. But and it basically leaves on a cliffhanger because the kid basically he's like attacking Superman. We don't know why, but that's it. And Breen, if you want to read that line.
I bet say he's not falling. It's not the same.
But now this is what now I'm gonna take a minute here because in the back of every book, I was at the shop today and you just ran open the book, you don't know what's in the back here. I'm like, okay, usually they do previews. But the problem is that you open randomly to the back of the book, you get this randomly.
Yep.
This pissed me the hell off.
That's what they're using to sell Green Lantern.
And sorry, if you're using a homosexuality and promiscuity like that, and where a 10-year-old could pick up this book, I'm gonna tell you right now, parents, don't let your kids read these current books here. If you do, rip those pages out.
No, the left has spent decades conditioning people to think that if you have a problem with that, you have the problem, even if it's a 10-year-old seeing it. So I said that's the problem.
I opened this up. I grabbed a book off the shelf, and when this guy he's about your age too, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?" He's like, I'm like, it's like, well, it's a Green Lantern. He's like, I thought it was a freaking porno book at first. It's like, what the hell? I grabbed the wrong book.
And I'll tell you something else.
It's only the Justice League, or not the Justice League, but the DC books.
Yep.
The same people that would call you every name in the world if you have a problem with those pages, if those two pages were a man and a woman, they'd be saying there's no place for that in comics.
Oh yeah,
same people, I promise you, because it's and that's
but
why
that's different. See,
all right, number 6, Red Sonja. Number 4, this is Thoron Grunbeck. He's been writing it with Walter Giovanni. This has just been straight to back to being what Red Sonja was in the 2000s run when she went over the dynamite. She's trying to basically save this castle being overrun, but she's being plagued by someone who basically keeps she knows where this black diamond is, and then somebody wants, and she keeps getting, and this guy keeps approaching her, taking over people's bodies, point where if any choice she has to either kill them or whatever. But in this issue, finally, as the castle being invaded by these armies that want, and other people want the diamond, she goes into basically into this castle here, and this woman basically seduced a priest because the monks were the ones that cooked the tar, the pit, pitch, and they poured over the castle. And that's how they stopped. But she infiltrated the basically the castle and started killing people. Red Sonja had to go in there so he could restore the tar, kill people, and then they just light them on fire. Cool mythology, as far as history stuff. But But like I said, this is Walter Giovanni art. To me, I like this art. It's a lot better than we used to getting. And it really feels like if you watch the end of Army of Darkness from the castle scene, it's very much like that. But the coolest thing ever, and now some people are gonna get mad about this, but we finally realized who's been talking to her and this, take possession of her friends. It's Cool Gath. Because he wants the body back. No. But like I said, it's Walter Giovanni doing the art in here. Like I said, which is a tremendous step in the correct path for Dynamite. If you're gonna have Red Sonja books, actually have her look like a woman and not skinny like a Jay Lee. You see the Jay Lee covers for Vampirella?
He's highly stylized now.
So much that he's on cocaine, and they're like, "Here's more."
I said it's not for me. We've talked about that. Neither one of us are fans.
That's a lot of those artists that were somewhat stylized in the 80s and 90s have gone full on.
Well, they become caricatures of themselves.
Yep. This is the Red Sonja. This is the Red Sonja that I grew up with. The Dynamite reading.
Yeah, but also I love the Frank Cho female bodies. Those are quite good.
Speaking of Franks, Vangman, have you ever read any of the Red Sonja stories drawn by Frank Thorne?
Oh, the Marvel ones?
Yeah.
I've read a few.
Because compared to that Red Sonja, the one you're talking about looks like a Jay Lee drawing.
Sure.
Because boy, because Frank was a fetish artist. I mean,
yes.
Very upfront about it. And
yep, I know. All right. Number 5 of the week, real quickly. Get through this. Moon Knight, number 28. Apparently this book is ending in a few more issues. December is the last issue.
And relaunch is in January with the same creative team.
No. It's someone else, as far as I know. It's Ted McKay.
But they're relaunching with the new number 1, though, right?
Yeah, but somebody else.
Of course they are.
Why would they not?
They're killing off Mark Spector.
So basically, they're going into this building, and as any trope, it's basically common trope with movies. The team's going to go in there. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to stop the bad guy, but then something happens, so somebody has to break off. I'll hold these guys off. We can go move forward. So then the other two keep going in this, and then as we're running through, Tigra ends up getting stepping on up basically. What do those call it? IMD or IFDs? I think they actually sit here. Or RDX, plastic explosives. So she can't move, and for those who don't know, this has actually been a better series for me because Tiger and him are actually dating in this. So he kisses the girl. Instead of her complaining and calling him an asshole, she supports him, and says don't worry about me. Go kick his ass, pretty much. And he pretty much does through this book. He gets the shit beat out of him. He gets stabbed in the back. Keeps going. He kind of it's setting up the scene as far as everyone else is kind of like at the Midnight Mansion. Basically his I forget what her name is, but his assistant was basically told to stay back. Because he's like, I may not come back, but the whole goal for this is even if I die, the Midnight Mansion, the good we're doing here, has to continue going forward. So I need you. I'm donating it and giving it to you. I will. And Zodiac, who's broken out of prison, is basically going back to the Midnight Mansion to basically, take out the girl. But I just love this. I mean, Moon Knight is going in. He's got a freaking dagger in his back. Doesn't give a shit. I can do this all day attitude. And it kind of leaves up with the Midnight Mansion basically being with the Zodiac standing out there. So, like I said, this has been kind of like in a sense, you got the guy he has a girl, he has the villain, we're at the point in the movie where it's a suicide mission, but he's still going to do it to save the city, whatever. So it's very tropey, but I don't mind it. I think it works. There's none of this, ask me about my feminist agenda or bashing people because, you look down because I'm a black, there's none of that BS. None of that Tim Sheridan BS. All right, number 4 is it's local, man. It's number 6. This has been a fun series, and I say that with confidence because it's especially surprising for those who don't know what this is. This is written by Tim Seeley, of all people. Tim Seeley, who has tremendous TDS. I don't know if he still does, but he did. But it's him, and it also has and Tony Fleeks as well. They're co-writing this, and that's probably why it's better than just being Tim Seeley, because Fleeks is like, that's stupid. Let's do that. Let's focus on the book. But at each story, there is a backup story, and it's a freaking flip book. I love it. So just like what I was talking about, Wizard of Oz, the book. The backup story is pretty much explaining what happened to his girlfriend after he basically left her, and what she's done to basically. So, because we're in the main story, you're getting this stuff, but you're not getting the backstory. Why is this happening? So the backstory in here is explaining those parts you didn't see in the main story. And Tony Fleeks and Tim Sheridan, or not Tim Sheridan, Tim Seeley. Dear God, if it's Tim Sheridan, I don't. But they're taking turns with the story and the art, at least with the art. And this guy is pretty much, I'll just give you the sales pitch. This guy, Crossjack, was part of this former this Justice League thing, ends up being seduced by it was like Superman and Wonder Woman, and like Wonder Woman, or Superman and Wonder Woman were married, and Wonder Woman seduces him, and he has sex with Wonder Woman, and then he probably get kicked out, because they own the rights to his super identity and stuff, because he signed all these illegal fees. He loses his name, can't be Crossjack anymore, can't call himself. Not only that, he cannot fight crime anymore, because of the pending lawsuit and all that stuff against him, because he broke the contract. And he goes back to Farmington, Wisconsin, because it wouldn't be a Tim Seeley book if it doesn't focus on freaking Wisconsin. So I give him that, because Wisconsin's a cool state.
Hey, Stephen King does Derry, Maine all the time, so
yeah. So he's back in town, and he's living with his folks who hate him, and his girlfriend who's now married to the sheriff. But as you see, that's his girlfriend. She owns a cupcake shop, the diner, the knife in the back. They're really pointing to the fact what can he trust her? Because he's kind of like in a sense almost like a Booster Gold at this point. And Booster Gold was betrayed and got kicked out, or Hawkeye in a sense. Although I do love Hawkeye more, but his character is his powers that he can't miss unless he's throwing something at a person. For whatever reason, it always goes. He can't throw anything at a person, kill them, but he can as far as knock them out. But and he believes that the part of him is the reason he can't do is because he doesn't like to kill. He doesn't want to kill. But so whenever he's out in town, he's always got his dog, his parents' dog. Just it's always with him. It's cute. But he always wears a ski mask, because he can't get a word out that he's practicing being a superhero. Otherwise, he'd be in a lot of trouble. And it's just going into conspiracy, because you're finding more stuff about the organization he was with. They're not as clean as they were people are led to believe on the news and stuff. So it's kind of like The Boys, kind of a little bit in that sense. We're Vaughn American. Oh, they're great. Not really. But like I said, it's been fun. And because I like that so much, I've been reading it too. I went back and I got the trade. It came out last week. So,
yeah, it sounds like a decent premise.
The only reason I knew about it is because Skip and Tosh was reading it.
Huh.
Yeah. And I kind of continued in his honor too, reading. I was like, not only did I like the story, because I originally I was gonna drop the book, but I'm like, you know what? Skip really digs it. I'm gonna see why.
It was the last thing recommended by Skip. You got to give props.
Yeah. So I dove into it, and man, it is just a fun book. It's surprising, because I wouldn't be a book I normally would pick up. It looks like, oh, okay, it's Tim's. If I see Tim on there and it's Tim Seeley, I really don't want to pick it up. But I saw Tony Fleeks, and that's what I'm like. Tony Fleeks, Stray Dogs, what? you know, and he's doing superheroes, not doing dogs. He's doing superheroes, and it's pretty much a love letter to like 90s image.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got off of it.
Yeah. All right. Number 3 this week. This book is pretty much just like any movie you've seen with Godzilla. It is about the people. I was like,
okay, so go on ahead. I'm going to jump in on this one because this is one of the ones that I've read, so I might as well do it when you're doing it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What did you think?
I said when I think about it, is that I enjoyed it, and I don't need a lot of Justice League, but I like the way they all just kind of like we're just like friends. They kind of
that is not the Justice League,
and that's probably why I liked it.
That is the Super Friends. The one thing that really impressed me about this book, by the way, I did a full review on From the Long Box. Go on over, check that out, or go to I Love Comics on the community tabs. I put a link to it so you can find the videos. But one thing I was very impressed with is this is the universe of the Super Friends. So you're not dealing with Justice League. One of the first things that happen here is Superman proposes to Lois Lane.
Yeah.
And the ones that set Godzilla and King Kong off on the world is the Legion of Doom, baby. I just dug this book. This was a lot of fun.
It was the Barry and Hal humor I really enjoyed too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, he's like, and he's like, Barry's like, well, we should go help Soups, and it's like, and he's like, Grace, you there? He's like, nope, because Hal's like, he gets there, and he's like, oh, did you need something, Flash? Oh, my bad. And then
he said by the time we get there, it's gonna be all done. That's Titano. That's not Kong.
No,
they do a bait and switch where you see the giant monkey and you find out it's Titano instead of Kong. Those come later in the book.
Yeah, yes. But I like they're talking because basically at this point, Soups is gonna propose to Lois in this universe. She already knows that he's Superman and Clark Kent. They're gonna have dinner. They're interrupted because Titano is destroying the city. And like I said, I love this whole panel right here. Everything, this kind of like everyone's just Barry and Hal are just kind of like we got such a bromance that even it's like and one was like maybe they should be the ones that are getting married instead. Kind of like you'd see like in the Justice League cartoon as well too, and not just the Super Friends.
Well, don't give them any ideas.
Oh,
these days it will happen.
It will be a movie. It'll be an animated movie. Of course, we go to the Legion of Doom.
Dun, 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 dun.
And I said the humor. I love the humor of this. This is Buccellato. I think Brian Buccellato. I can't remember his name is. Buccellato. And I love how the giant girl, whatever her name is down here. I guess her name is Giant Woman. She's like
Giganta.
So he's like, FYI people, no need to wear your mask in here. It seems so extra. And he's like, and like I love how Leonard starts like extra, like being 30 feet tall when you could be normal size.
Yeah.
The banter back and forth.
That actually did happen a lot on Legion of Doom in the cartoons.
Yeah.
When they were sitting around the table, she would be normal size.
So they go into there, they want to get the mother box, they break into the Fortress of Solitude. And yeah, they're going to get this mother box as well as the Phantom Zone projector because and Lex Luthor's scheme is basically, I guess, to throw them into the Phantom Zone and then be rid of them. They can have the spoils. And he says, don't touch anything because they all probably have alarms. And Superman will be here in in seconds. Of course, Toyman's like, ooh, shiny. And they're like, oh shit. Meanwhile, we get to see Clark and Bruce basically talking over, and Bruce is basically like, well, I'm not going to talk you out of this, but I'm going to tell you there are cons to this. You getting married, they'll always go after Lois if they find out your identity. She'll always be in danger.
Did you guys catch the best line in comic book history in this book?
Which one is that? Because I liked all of it.
Maybe the reason the Justice League always beats us is because they get along with each other.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah. It's like, and then I like it goes to Grod's like, screw that. We just need a plan.
That was a great line, though. That's perfect.
Of course, because it's Clark's or Bruce tells him, "Hey, since this went out, we got his covered." They all get there, they get in a fight. Classic, which you'd see like in the cartoons, which keeping with the Super Friends, keeping with the Justice League Unlimited and all stuff. I love this. It's not like Young Justice where it became like super uber serious. You still have the humor, and it's of course because something happens, and Phantom Zone projector gets destroyed. And
it's all Toyman's fault. Toyman is like he's treated like the retarded stepchild of the Legion of Doom, and then he goes, "Wait a second, I got a great idea."
Yeah, it's just like Lucas.
I was impressed. This is the most Silver Age feeling comic book that's come out in a long time. I got to think, what was it? The Dragonfly, where you had the one from 1950s come into the future, and the one from the future went into the past.
Yeah,
that was another. Since that one, this is the most Silver Age book. I forgot what that was.
Having Grodd start worshiping King Kong.
Yeah,
he's
that
a
was
god.
awesome. Yeah,
he's and
he
Lex
is a god.
And Toyman's like, you wanted something to destroy the Justice League? We got 4 freaking giant toys right there that will destroy them. And it's like, he's like buffoon. He's like, why did I allow him to come in here? I knew it to be a bad idea. Letting him, join the Legion of Doom. And because he makes a wish, his amulet. We don't know what the amulet is.
It's like that wishing stone from
the brain, the living brain, or not living brain. What's it called? It's called the brain gem, Mind Stone, right?
Well, no, that's in.
But
help me out here, Eric. It's I think it might be like Dr. Destiny's, but I don't even know if they've got that in the Super Friend universe.
It was just used in the Jeremy Adams book when the Super Sons made appearance.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, Granny Goodness had it. It's a red ruby. So, he makes a wish, and then Grodd, you see Grodd's down there worshiping, and he's just like, "What the fuck?" And then, of course, while he's getting ready to propose, shit happens. And he goes to fight. Well, it's Godzilla at the end here. I just love that.
But it is my favorite of the week.
For being a Justice League book, I haven't read a lot, but the few that I read, I love this more than them.
Yeah. Well,
awesome.
You liked it.
All right,
but you have it at number 3, so this is my big one. So what are the 2 that you think is better?
All right. Number 2 for this week is, I've been loving J. Garrick Flash.
I was just about to read that.
Yeah, it is just fun. Basically, Judy's trying to fit in with her parents. Their parents are old, and they don't really want to, it's kind of like awkward because, they didn't remember having a daughter. Now they're so old. The last time they saw their daughter when they were super young. And Judy was basically raised in a room because, basically her old room was turned into basically a Bart's room because it was just an abandoned room. And so Jay fixed it, and then they go make dinner. And June, what's her name? June, is that her name is? Who is someone that his wife, Jay's wife? Can't remember what her name is, but she's like, yeah, Joan's like, I'm gonna go make dinner. He's like, and I'm gonna help you by staying out of the kitchen. And so Judy's in her room, and she hears, she sees on the TV that there's this bank or a place being held hostage, and there's no speedsters around. She runs into action, only to be upstaged by her father, and they kind of scold her. It's like, what is wrong with you? It's like, we could have, you got hurt and stuff. He's like, Dad, you and I used to run in together, and she tells him a story when they vanish. Their mom was kidnapped by this doctor guy, whatever his name is, Doctor something. But Dr. Element. There's
Alchemy. Dr. Alchemy.
Dr. Elemental, it says here.
Okay.
Elemental. And basically, when she disappeared, the guy escaped. And it's also because it also triggers right towards Jay's mind that that this villain even exists. And I gotta say, this is a very clever idea for Jeremy Adams to take advantage of this, because they're all coming in. Of course, there'll be things that Jay forgot. This is a villain that they fought together. It's gonna be erased because
if you erase the memory of her, it doesn't necessarily mean you would erase the memory of him. You just erase the memory of him fighting the villain with the daughter.
But of course, he's still around, and we're gonna So I don't know. I said I'm curious to see where this is gonna go, but then I'm like, okay, it's great, and then immediately we go right to this in here. It's like, I don't care. It's a fun book. I Jeremy Adams getting to continue the Flash stuff, and just writing. He writes family dynamic. It's fun. I would love to see if they allowed him to ever do he did he did his own version of Super Sons in the Flash. I want to see him write Lois and Clark with young Jonathan Kent, because we've seen Dan Jurgens do that in the Action Comics. But number one for this week is Big Game.
Okay.
This has just been fun. If you've been reading any of the Mark Miller stuff, or Mark Millar, whatever you call it, with everything that's going on with Hit Girl, the Kingsmen, Chrononauts, Wanted, Ambassadors, Kick-Ass, and the Magic Order. It's just been a fun book. And of course, Big Game is basically where Nemesis is basically hired by Wesley. I don't say Wesley died. I forget his name. Wesley Sands. I can't remember what his name is in this series, but guys, his name was always Wesley. He's he's the guy from Wanted. He's the big bad guy, and he's got and it's revealed back that all the villains were basically killed back in the late 80s, and then everyone had their minds wiped. So that's why Mark says, we're so fascinated with heroes, because heroes just exist. We just remember they exist. I always thought that was kind of cool. That's why
every 30 or 40 years they have to kill all the heroes again to reset the make everybody go back to their.
Yep. So at the last minute, Hit Girl basically and also with Kingsman's stuff was in this too. Eggsy was in the previous issue. And she ends up taking the dead Chrononaut body and one of the guys and transferring herself back into the Jurassic era. And she is saved by this girl who claims to be a princess, only for her to be zapped in behind. And they run into basically it's like a city. This guy is a conqueror. He's basically like Thanos in a sense. He's been conquering planets, all the universes, and Earth is his latest kingdom. She's so basically millions of years, billions of years ago in the Jurassic period, this guy had a kingdom, and now he wants to use the power of the Chrononaut technology, time travel, to basically take over time. And of course, what this is going to lead to. Well, at the very end is here. He's used the ability. Hit Girl sneaks aboard, and now it's going to be basically the villains versus this invasion army from time. All using, for those like Chrononauts, using the dead corpse. Like I said, I'm just having fun with this. The Magic Order really wants to get involved too, because they tell you, because a lot of people are like, why does the Magic Order get involved? Is it because they only get involved with supernatural stuff? It's basically like Dr. Fate. Like if he only could do with certain things, he can't get involved with other stuff, and it would just cause chaos. But I've been enjoying the series, man. It's just been fun. And as you go through, it basically and they're really setting up. It's going to be Kick-Ass and Hit Girl at the end teaming up, which I've been waiting for this whole entire book series. Because conveniently, all the heroes line up on the ship. They're like, oh, so, people are being murdered. It's like and they don't realize that the person that called them all there was Nemesis. For Nemesis is basically just to wipe them out. And thank God that Dave missed his bus, so Kick-Ass wasn't there. So Yeah, and of course, as I said, I've just been in love with this series.
Cool.
So that's my number one of the week. But quickly, I'll just show you off. I showed you the trade I got, but of course, there's Walking Dead was what I got before. This is the issue 24. Abraham. This is after Abraham saved everybody at the construction crew. So if you
All right.
read this, yeah. So
yeah,
that's where
so you're about to get to Negan.
Yes, and then of course, this is the book where I found that Gabriel deserves to die.
Gabriel is a shit in the TV show, but he was really a shit in the comics. They gave Gabriel a redemption because when he gets to the town, when they get to Alexandria, he absolutely is. These guys are evil. You got to watch out for them. They do a little bit of that in the TV show, but they really steer into it in the comic book.
And I just say I love what happens. Karma gets up to him. I love it. Mm-hmm. It's like when they found it, I was one of like, fuck yeah, moments. But
what's going on there is I think it's Christian is following either the truck or something like Negan's truck or something, and he comes across people he's got to take out as he's getting closer and closer. As a matter of fact, it's the him taking out one of the posts that alerts Negan that somebody's actually following him.
Yes, it's because it came as the guy who got hurt in this book. Gosh. He was out scouting stuff, clearing out stuff for supplies because all the towns around they've been scavenging. And Alexandria keep going out, and they go further and further. While Glenn goes on one of the missions, Negan's saviors show up in one of the previous two issues, and the guy gets shot. So that's why Negan gets alerted to what's going on in here. Alexandria, but like I said, it is so weird to see in color. I like it. And the reason I'm getting it in because of the color version, because the fact that I don't own it. I never bought the compendiums, never bought the omnibus,
Sorry.
I know, right? I'm kicking myself. I could have got number one. It was on my shelf at my store when they first came out. And I said, this art sucks. It's a black. Like, why would I read a black and white book?
That's funny.
Yeah.
I have the compendiums.
Yeah.
I picked up 2 copies of issue number 1 back in the day when it first came out.
This is on here. Now, I think this is all old stuff. I don't know if this is new. Probably could be new. But here's something that's new in the back of the book. Little stories.
Is it Green Lantern fucking another dude? It's even in Walking Dead.
No, it's a little short story by Derek Hunter, and it's with Carl and Rick. So little mini story, and of course they show you, like they always do in the back of their books. They tell you they use the alternate covers. So, all right. So and then this was the other back issue I got. This came out 2 weeks ago, so I went back and got it. So my shop finally had it. So
wait, what is that?
This is
a facsimile?
Yeah, facsimile of Detective Comics 58.
Oh wow! Yeah, I got to go pick some of those up. Those are going to be. There's a lot of those that are going to be in the new box I'm going to be putting up for
newspaper
auction.
Newspaper feeling to it.
Newspaper, really? Huh. Yeah. So what is the facsimile there? What are they doing? Do you know, Eric?
First Penguin, I think this time.
Yeah. First Penguin.
Oh, okay. First Penguin, he was a little bit more violent than what he would come to be. Of course, so was a lot of characters, but
so was Batman at the beginning.
Yeah, and then they decided, he's going to be a criminal. Yeah,
it's not just Batman and Robin too. I love it because normally they chicken out, or they half.
On the facsimiles, they've been doing the whole thing. They do the same thing with the Superman.
All the stories,
If you got the Action Comics #1, you got the first appearance of Superman and Zatara, and yeah, I like the fact that they do that.
So that's kind of cool. And this is $7 for this.
Yeah, those facsimiles are really cool.
And the last thing I show off is this. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is the Warren magazine. Basically, if you're looking for original Warren stuff, kind of like this. Same
Yeah.
kind of art, you know.
And you like that one as well. So I'll put that on the list because I'm always on the lookout for Vampirella.
You know, and it has like the ads and stuff in here too.
Blackula.
Yeah. So if you love the original stuff, like I said, this is cool to have. So, and this is by if you're looking for back issues, it's vampirescarmelo.com. You can order other more copies, or you can also do an online subscription, so they send it right to you in the mail. Or they also sell you. I know Tomorrowlands does. You can buy digital PDF versions for a cheaper price. Instead of paying like $12, you can pay like $4 for it. But like I said, I just have fun with all this stuff. I love the art on this stuff. That's classic horror art. Love it. But be interested to see where they go if they basically just start having a Van Helsing going after Empress Carmella. But all right, Geekies, you want to go next before your phone dies?
I gotta bounce, dude. You have a good time. Thanks for having me on. And
yeah, no problem.
I don't know if I'm gonna do a live tonight, but tomorrow, definitely after you guys are done with the readings. Maybe I'll do something beforehand, but I really do want to talk about the new stuff going on with the auction and, of course, the Tim Sheridan and all that kind of stuff. So, anyway, you guys have a great night.
Later.
All right. See you.
I'll throw you up on that geek.
And I can plug it in if I need to some other place. But I've got a couple, not more than a couple, but a little bit. Bottom of the thing. She-Hulk #1. Really have no idea why I got that. It's kind of the continuation of the Jack of Hearts love story thing, and them doing a fight club with the Thing and Crusher Creel and his wife and a couple other people. It was wasn't that great. Then we have Crypt of Shadows, which is their basically Stephen Strange's vampire brother in the house doing little short stories with horror ones. They were okay. And then I picked this up just because Halloween. Fear of the Funhouse, Toy Box of Terror, #1. It's kind of the Archie universe doing riffs on famous movies. Like there's one with a kind of a takeoff on the Chucky thing worked into the universe, and it was a little meh. And I was really surprised to see this, which I cannot wait to get signed because she is coming up to my our con here in April. Dark Legacies by Claudia Christian.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I've never seen that physical at all. None of the shops carry it.
Yeah, I saw that and I was just like, don't. And I'm keeping this out because she's coming up in April. I'm gonna have her sign it.
That's cool.
And it was okay. You can tell it sort of she borrows heavily from Babylon 5 and her character from Babylon 5, but why not?
It'll be really cool. If they have James Edward Olmos shows up there too. I'd be like, can you send Miami Vice, DVD?
Well, he was also, that'd also be a Battlestar Galactica.
I know, but I like him on Miami Vice so much better.
Yeah. And also, if you wanted to get Kyle MacLachlan on there, because he was in a movie that she was in called The Hidden. So you can get a bunch of people, like all these, multiple crossover events and stuff, without them being crossover events. Then I have, this is going from the bottom to the top, Moon Knight number 28. I'm liking it, but I'm kind of getting damped because they're killing off Mark Spector in a couple of issues, and I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they're going to kill him off. I mean,
Yep.
they might just say Moon Knight's going to die, and it could be Hunter Moon that dies.
No, I've heard that they're killing off Mark Spector.
The thing is, though, if they kill him off in this series, he'll be back in the number 1.
Yeah. Which
so
is
I don't really care anymore. It's like if you kill him off, okay, cool. Then nobody can ruin him anymore.
Yeah. They take the good characters, the ones that people want to read, and they destroy them, and then they keep doing like Ms. Marvels and Captain Marvels and reprinting them.
I mean, he's not at Hank Pym level, as being butchered yet.
Yeah. But okay, then we have the Hulk number 5, this is a really good series. Have him something going on. There's monsters in the green, and that's why Man-Thing is coming after him because he needs help fighting this monster.
At this point, I just want Swamp Thing instead of Man-Thing. It's the green.
Well, Swamp Thing because it's in the green, right?
Well, Swamp Thing is the green. I don't never heard of I don't remember any Man-Thing books. I don't know if they refer to as the green, but he is the herald of the green.
The Man-Thing.
That was supposed to be Swamp Thing, but
yeah, whatever. And also, if you look on the back of this, in the back of these Marvels, you know what they're doing?
Ads for
Alan Scott banging a dude.
Yeah,
it's probably Iceman banging a dude.
No,
Iceman banging Alan Scott.
Yeah,
crossover.
Almost as bad. They're trying to pull they're going way back to 86, the Secret Wars. The secret in the Secret Wars, because there's something that happened in the Secret Wars that we don't know about, so they're telling the story about that. It's first I heard of it when I saw these ads. Let me see if I can find the ad here. It's in the back of It's utterly ridiculous. Where is it?
They all had the Guardian of the Galaxy in the back cover,
Maybe it's they have a new Spider-Woman #1 coming out too, by the way.
Yippee.
They used to do the Gods ad, but now Gods has already happened, so I haven't picked that up yet. Somebody's read that, but
let's see if maybe it's not in this one, but they're doing stuff they're going back and milking this. No, it's not. They're going back and milking the Secret Wars. So
if that is a series written by Tom DeFalco, I am in. He's doing some kind of Secret Wars thing. The God series wasn't written by Tom DeFalco. That's Joshua Hickman, or Jonathan Hickman, was doing that. And I'm less inclined to buy that series because I did not like Ultimate Invasion. I thought Ultimate Invasion should have been one book instead of being stretched out, and it was just kind of like who cares? You can just skip and just read the Ultimate Spider-Man when it comes out. But.
And this one came out. This isn't a new one, but it came out. It's the first of a #2. But I wanted to read this one to see if I wanted to get the rest of the series. And it is Green Lantern War Journal with John Stewart.
Yeah, I saw that it came out.
This is good. He's stuck on Earth, and you got some new Green Lantern. He's not from the Corps. He's from the Galactic people coming and trying to arrest him. And he's like, "Yeah, go ahead, dude, try it." And
yeah,
him just going basically, "Yeah, you aren't going to arrest me" and stuff.
Oh, I read the new issue of Iron Man this week came out. Didn't buy it because at the end it's just like Iron Man needs help. The only person he could turn to is Rhea Williams. I was like, nope, I'm gone.
Really?
Yes.
Oh God.
Because he needs help forging his new armor, and he needs her help because she has the Mandarin rings.
Yeah, and it's not like he's the guy that created the stupid uniform to begin with. And anyway, glad I'm not that. Okay, then number 5. I think this is number 5.
Yep, World's Finest.
Yep, really good. You over that, so I don't need to go over. But I really liked it.
It's a cool cover.
That was a great line. Yeah, that's why these guys. That's why they get along. Then speaking of Tim Seeley, but character created by Tim Seeley, but not written by
Cassie Hack.
Yes. Cool. And I guess this takes place after she leaves the house, after she meets Vlad, but before she moves on, she gets pulled into a school where she learns how to be fight. And so it's kind of like a slasher fighting school with all these different people. Pretty cool.
What do you think of the art in that book?
I wasn't too impressed.
Neither was I. That's why I just skipped it.
It was too cartoony.
And it's the writer who's doing the art too.
Yeah, I like the story. That's why it's a little farther down. The story wasn't as good as the usual hack slash stuff. But I was kind of, the art was just kind of bugging me because hack slash usually has a lot better art, and that's why the stories are fun.
I would say if I can ignore the art, I can give it a pass if the story is great. But if I can't tell what's going on in the story because the art is that bad,
yeah. And there's a couple of panels in there where you're just like, ugh. That used to be my issue with Jai Lee. Back in the 90s and stuff when he was doing like Wildcats and stuff like that. I couldn't tell who was who and what was what. That's why I've never been a fan of Jai Lee.
They all look like cats.
Yes. And the little Asian, ceramic dolls. Even if they aren't Asian. Okay, then number 3. The Jay Garrick Flash.
Yep. Full cover.
Ooh, shiny cover.
So guy asked me to shop. He's like, "You can get the full cover." I'm like, "I'm good." It's like, I want the
I'll call those the squirrel covers.
Get rid of the shiny cover. Go back to the Lentica cover, so it's like 2 different photos in one.
Yes, those are number 2. Sirens of the City.
Okay.
Don't know if you know anything about this, but it's Boom Studios. It's written by Starer. It's about a girl who's a siren, and she's getting. It starts out first one is she's going in to get She got knocked up by her boyfriend, and she's wanting to get rid of it, but then something happens, and she can't. Now she's got all these magical creatures after her, and her baby's going to be something like a savior type thing. It's pretty interesting. And number 1, another squirrel cover. And I loved. No, this is the one with the. This is why they get along line.
Yeah.
I got it mixed up, but
that's okay.
I it's like I was saying, I picked this up just because I didn't know why I did it, but I'm really glad that I did.
Same here. I did not know anything about the writer. I'm thinking like, oh, it's not Tim Sheridan, but it could be that level.
Yeah, and I'm not a kaiju fan.
Same here.
And I got this, and I was just like, cool. Okay, then I got some. I did some ordering for stuff, and also went to my used bookstore. Vanish trade paperback number 2.
Oh, Connie Cates.
I haven't read this one yet, but I
do like Ryan Stegman's art though.
Yeah, the art is fantastic. I have the first floppy, and I read the first trade. Really great art. I just haven't. I need to reread number 1 first because it's been a bit.
Okay.
That's why I haven't got it yet. And then this was a blind buy, and boy, is it good. There's a guy by the name of Eric Palicki. I don't know if you know him or not, but this is the character on the front. She is a werewolf, and she's a PI, and she basically just does stuff for mundanes. She does stuff like missing people and cheating spouses. She can use her werewolf sense, all that stuff too.
So she caught up in a dangerous mystery now.
Yeah, some guy comes to her and she gets shot. It starts out with her being lying in the tub. She had gotten shot by what she thought was a silver bullet, and a guy comes up to her and says, "I have had 30 silver bullets created by the silver that Judas got. One of them is missing."
Yeah,
and he wanted her to find out how it happened, where it went to, and really good. This is the whole trade. Really interesting story, and it's black and white, which I really like the art on this, the way that it worked. And then at the very back, they have the first couple of pages, what it looked like, because they originally did it in color. And they said, okay, this is what it would look like if it was color. But I like
so they balance it out, so it's black and white instead of just being all black.
Yes. Okay, then I got these Beauty. The Beauty. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Seen them, never read them though.
It's all 6. It's the whole series. It's The Beauty is an STD that makes everybody beautiful, and so everyone's trying to get it. And then there's all this stuff, and then people are starting to burn up from the inside out and stuff like that. And they have a beauty tax.
How beautiful.
Just really beautiful, I guess. But there's one thing I thought was super funny, and it starts out an issue with this girl coming out going, "What the fuck?" She slept with the guy because she thought that he had it and that she wanted to get it.
Oh no!
And then he didn't have it.
He was
just good looking. And so she's all pissed off because she slept with the guy and didn't get the beauty.
And then once he probably mentioned that he had it.
No, he never said that he had it. He's like, "What are you talking about?" She didn't ask.
It's assumed.
And
all right.
Then I got at our local bookstores, IDW. It's called Creeping. It is a graphic novel. It's about the group of people who they are like wannabe ghost hunters. And there's a whole group called the Creeping where they go and try to top each other in investigating haunted houses. And they want to get the top views. So they go to this place in Romania, the castle in Romania, to investigate it. And then it turns out that this place actually was haunted and had some monsters there.
Oh, it's Dracula's castle. Nice.
Yeah, it was. I just finished it up today.
Cool.
Okay, and I don't know if I showed this or not, but the Brubaker, I got my Death of Captain America. And I'm.
Yeah. My shop had the Trial of Captain America.
I want to get all of those, but I'm still looking for a job, so I can't be buying a lot of stuff. Despite the fact that you see all the stuff that I have here, but and I need to get a new computer so I can be buying new comics. Then this just came in today.
Oh, nice. That's the Dan Slott one, right?
Yes. So
which I heard it was actually decent for it being a Dan Slott book.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
No, it's good. Period. I mean, I said that was before.
Yeah.
Dan Slott's another guy that
TDS.
Who's no. When Dan Slott's writing career ended, was when he got in that fight in a chat room and told somebody to go fuck themselves, instead of being reprimanded, Marvel praised him because that was it was like patient zero for the creators versus fans war. And
also kind of like a Wade, where he just he was really good before, then he just got ultra woke, and so his stuff when he wasn't that way was really good, but then when it's not, you know what I mean? That's what I heard.
His writing isn't even woke; it's just bad.
Mm.
And because he became more interested in fighting with fans online than producing good content. But you got to remember his pre-social media career was pretty good. There was the She-Hulk. There was his contribution of Avengers Initiative. There was a Thing series that ran for 8 issues. There was a Spider-Man Human Torch miniseries. All good.
Didn't he do the Superior Spider-Man as well?
That was already social media Dan Slott, and I just didn't care about it.
And then I have 2 more. One I got from we have Collecting Archives volumes 2 and 3. I already have number 1, so I have 2 and 3.
Nice.
And that's up to date on those. And I know I've told you guys know how I feel about that stuff. It's the shiznit, man. I love the old pre-code stuff.
Well, that's not pre-code, but
it's not.
No, those books started in the magazine started in the mid-'60s.
Okay,
they didn't have to adhere to the code to begin with, right? But it did have some of the people, the old EC people on there, and other guys whose name, like Archie Goodwin, wrote a ton. Gene Colan did a lot of art, a lot of names you'd recognize from other things.
Yeah. So because for some reason I thought this was pre-code, but I guess it was only Marvel and DC that were doing the code for the longest time. So these stuff were outside of the code, so they didn't need to worry about it. But
right.
So all right. Thank you for showing your stuff, man. And we won't see you for another couple of weeks because you'll be reading all that.
No, I've got plenty of time without having a job. I can read all that stuff,
Right.
Yeah, but
plenty of daylight too.
Oh yeah, that's not happening. It's almost sunset right now, and it's only 6:30. It's sun's almost down. You can see that there's no, remember how it used to be
bright
sun coming in. Now look at it. Nothing.
November 5th is when it's proposed. We lose an hour.
I thought we weren't going to do that anymore.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No. I thought Congress passed that finally, but I guess it's next year.
Those guys got their heads so far up their asses they can't even pass gas right now. So
because the reason for having that no longer exists.
Right.
It was for the crops. The farmers are the ones that don't even adhere to it. They never have. They get up every single time because the cows don't just like, hey, I got an extra hour of sleep. I can't do this yet. No,
yeah,
but,
and there's, it's documented. Like I said, people get depressed when they, after they like the extra hour of sleep, and then when it's dark before 6, it's. Yeah, I thought they were going to change.
I got up, took my trash out on Tuesday morning. It was like 7:30, and it was still freaking dark.
Dude, if people get depressed for being dark before 6 p.m., we're screwed up here, man. I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, you guys are in where 30 days of night, right? We're basically
that's not down here, but yeah, that's way up there. Like here, it'll start getting dark around like 4:30.
But my point is, like, you're like, I feel like you're in a outpost.
Yeah, sun will come here. Sun will come up during the wee hours. It'll be like 10 o'clock in the morning and go down around like 4. Right. So you get a few hours, and it's
that's cool.
Yeah,
invest in Huskies. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Real quickly before we get to your stuff, I'm gonna read out, since Zach couldn't be here. He sent me his list of books that, in the order that he liked them. All right, his number. Okay, what's his number? His number 6 being World's Finest. His number 5 is Superman. Number 4 is Moon Knight. Number 28. Number 3 is Jake Garrick. Number 2 is Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong, and his number 1 is Big Game. So let's see how Eric, how much you match up to that. Here's my one book, Godzilla. It's the Alan Scott. I got this one.
Yeah. So I also picked this up.
Fun magazines. I love all of them.
Oh, goody.
Cheaper to buy those than buying the Vampirillas.
I would certainly like to say I got 9 books this week.
Whoa!
Yeah.
You got more than Zach.
And I can't remember the last time I quit a book and a series halfway through an issue.
I know what it is.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you do.
The Mandawawa.
I didn't even make it to her. There's an object lesson to be learned here. If it's somebody who you know is going to show you who they are, believe them. Don't waste any money getting to it, because eventually, like I said, Tom Taylor's going to Tom Taylor. I didn't even get halfway through this book, and Changeling and Raven come across these white people beating up brown people because, of course, white people bad. And they stop that, and okay, all right, okay. That's so then he gets out. He goes, let's go down to the Amazon and do some deforestation or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, they're really cut down the trees.
And they went down there, and guess what? There's white people beating up brown people there too.
It would have been great if they came across the white people beating up black people, but they're in the northern part of Chicago.
Yeah, well, that I said,
because that's how believable it would be.
I said, that's it. I'm out. Screw Tom Taylor. He is who he is. And like I said, that's
no one deserves to screw Tom Taylor at all.
Yeah, really. All right. So number 8, Vampirella versus Superpowers. We talked about that. It's not bad. It's just kind of there.
It's busy.
I'm actually more interested in the other girl.
Yes.
I actually kind of like to see a story revolve around her, which is, I know the last one kind of did, but
yeah.
I say that I forgot her name.
And the guy looks like Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm ready
with
for this.
Jimmy Olsen, the white one or the black one?
The CW.
Yeah, yes.
I'm ready for this to be over.
I think the next issue might be the last issue. It has to be.
It is.
Yeah.
This was probably would have been higher, except for I was never a cartoon guy, so I'm Super Friends.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this was fun. I liked it. It's
expensive but fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep reading it. I said and the next couple probably aren't in a particular order. But I said this.
I think you'll get better though, because it's really much a setup.
Yeah, I'm glad I got it. Yeah, so I said it's something different.
Yeah.
Number 6, I guess.
Oh, you did get it.
/. Yeah.
I feel left out.
Poor Zoe Thorogood. Apparently, everybody at NYCC has gotten COVID and died. Because I saw this big long thread where I'm sorry, these people, they want COVID to come back. They want to immerse themselves in COVID culture. Some of these fools are getting tested 3-4 times a day. And the ones that are testing negative, it's almost like they're hurt by it. And she goes, I may not be able to do shows anymore after that. Well, here's an idea. Take that free time and learn how to draw. Wasn't bad. Again, I've read much better hack / stories, but I appreciated this is pre-woke lesbian hack /. So there's that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's back to the beginning.
Oh, I thought they were just retcon and just ignore all that.
I don't know. Number 5, Jay Garrick Flash. I like this.
Yeah.
This was a lot of fun. When you retcon the past for something that everybody can appreciate or just choose not to support, either way, you haven't done any damage to the character. unlike what you saw at the back of the book, when they destroy the legacy of the JSA just to prop up what I refer to today as a sexually retcon character du jour.
He had 2 gay children, didn't he? Or at least one of them was gay. Was it
Todd was gay.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't care how earnest he tries to sound. I said he just wanted to be able to attack Comicsgate because I don't know, they make money and he doesn't. Anyway, screw him. This was fun.
Roll Rager is bringing up the lady in the bank thing. I posted that earlier on Sports Ball earlier today. That it was trending on Twitter. Lady, I think she's in Tennessee. She's like a lawyer or something, and she said like, I want my money. And he said you need to wear a mask. She says it's an older video. It's not. It's not. It's new. They resurface again. And the whole point is that she said, I just want to get my money out. And they're saying I can't go in the lobby. And he's like, you go to the drive-thru. She says, no, Tennessee does not have a mask mandate law. It's at the end, they call the cops on her and she says, like, you know what? Just give me all my money. Give me my $200,000 or right now. So I can go to a bank that actually appreciates it as me as a customer.
And $200,000.
She wanted her $200,000 out of the bank. She's a lawyer.
Nice.
So I'm like, yeah, $200K. I'm like, want to hang out?
Number 4, World's Finest.
Yeah.
Again, fun. He said that the Justice League King Kong Godzilla was the most Silver Age thing he's read in a while. We get Silver Age every month.
Yeah.
And sometimes we get them on Sunday nights for the readings.
I never read Kingdom Come, but that didn't hinder me from liking the story.
No, you didn't need to have read that.
A lot of Easter eggs, though.
Yeah, I said I'm actually looking for. Maybe I'll still be reading DC by the end of the story. I don't know. They're on really thin ice right now.
Well, yeah. The other thing with the Godzilla book is I forgot to mention that is that in that world that not only is that Clark not married to Lois, Iris doesn't know that Barry's Flash.
Right.
I thought that was interesting too. It's been a while since I read a book like that.
Well, they're just kind of picking and choosing what continuity they want to adhere to. Number 3, Big Game. Really enjoying it. I hope there's a payoff because it has been just kind of like so good guys show up, Nemesis shows up, they get slaughtered. And so hopefully, like I said, I'm looking forward to issue 5, but like I said, this was not the best thing I read this week because it just seems like it's the calm before the storm, but it is the one I'm most looking forward to the next issue of.
Yeah, that's why it's my number 1.
And that is so rare for me at this stage in my comic reading life that I'm actually looking forward to the next issue.
I really hope it turns out to be Hit Girl and Dave, Kick-Ass teaming up and then beating the shit out of Nemesis.
Well, I don't know how they can, but we're gonna find out in a month.
Well, maybe Nemesis gets killed by this other guy, this Thanos guy.
That I forgot his name. The guy from earlier in the issue that I thought you meant you wanted me to kill these guys. Oh no, but I like that. I like the cut of your jib.
Yeah.
Number 2, Superman.
Do the Cheech and Chong thing and just say Dave's not here, man.
I like this probably for the reasons you didn't. I really think they are going through with Lex's personality change to basically, redeem him, which I'm fine with because we've gotten every other version of Lex, and we've gotten, cartoonishly evil Lex, scientist bad guy Lex, goofy suit wearing bad guy Lex, President Lex, Lex trying to be a good guy but didn't really mean it Lex. This one, I really think they're going to lean into that because I think that's why they introduced his family. Now, the mom, who I don't think has ever been in the comics, somebody could correct me, but in the daughter, who's no way she could be that old considering. Well, but then again, there's been so many different continuities of DC. I don't know which one this is.
Did you notice they're copying Marvel in one element with Perry running for mayor, just like Jonah ran for mayor in New York?
Well, yeah, it's true.
So I was like, okay, I see where you're going here. We're just gonna, have Lois as her new permanent job being chief, which was a natural progression anyway because she was the top earner.
I'm okay with I'm okay with not evil Lex, because I said, I mean, we've seen that many times, and there are plenty of other bad guys in Superman's rogues gallery, hopefully none created by Bendis, that can do. And I'm with you. I don't. The Zarnians being alive is kind of dumb, but we'll see. Okay.
Hey Ash, what's up?
Venkman, can you pull up a comic cover for me?
Which one are you looking for?
Punch Comics issue 12.
Let me look.
I said comic reading life, Jackson. Knock it off.
All right. It's the one with the skull, right?
Yeah.
Just 1 second.
Ash. That's what it would sound like when I type out. Okay. Do you have it pulled up?
I know. Yeah, I just gotta share my screen. Just 1 second. Okay, got it. Nope, there you go. Hold on. Having issues here. Nope, I want. Share screen.
Yeah, Ash, there's a reason for that. I did say that Big Game is the one I'm most looking forward to the next issue on, though.
So Punch Comics right here.
Okay. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. My number one.
Wow.
And I need the full screen for the full effect again.
I know. I got it.
And there's
That's what's
Al Capone vampire with an homage cover to Punch Comics number 12.
Once you showed me the other one, I saw that cover and I didn't realize it was a homage.
It's Al Capone. He's a vampire. That should be enough. But you get this homage cover, and he's in present day, and he's going back to Chicago to take over the Rackets, and he kills like a bunch of people before anybody even notices, which I think was a nod and a wink to present day Chicago, maybe
American mythology, though.
That's cool. Well, they did a series called Vampire PA, but this is the other vampire in the book.
Yes,
I remember seeing that book on the author talking about it on Aaron Presti's channel on Sundays.
So the girl you showed, Vampire PA, I read that series. It was fun.
Yeah, I said it's I don't expect subsequent issues to finish number one in any given week, but
yeah,
for those that actually got this reference when they saw it on the shelf, I saw it. I'd forgotten it was coming out, and I saw it go, oh yeah, I'm all over this. It was fun, and and I do have a couple back issues.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize they were that old. 1945 when that book hit the shelf.
Is that when Punch came out?
Yeah, number 12.
Wow. The sad thing is, there might have been a point where I could have actually afforded that book. It's $22,000 now.
Yeah.
I mean, I bought the Decapitation EC cover for $50 once.
It's so old. It's in a PSR book.
Yeah. I said those of you that saw, I posted this in one of our groups the other day. Saw this, but as soon as I find somebody that can get this paint off of that, this is going to be awesome. And like I said, this is my all-time favorite comic book cover.
Well, okay, that's better. Okay, I thought you could paint on the Beta Ray Bill or Beta Ray Bill.
Do what?
I thought it was a Beta Ray Bill on the cover. So you you had posted this before in there.
This is legitimate Silver Surfer #4.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like an $1,100 book if it doesn't have paint all over it. But there are some people that do take this off, and a couple of them are people that I know through comic book YouTube. So
yeah,
hopefully I'll be able to find somebody to do that. Fingers crossed. But even if they don't, I mean, I said you can still see what's going on in the cover. I mean, you can see through the paint. There's a little more on Thor than I would like, but this is, like I said, great story. And there's a backup story in this where there's this mighty ruler who's this like a terrorizing despot, and he's just laying waste to everything. And then all of a sudden, he dies in a horrendous flood.
Yeah.
And then the last panel shows this little kid running into the room, said, "Mom, watch it with that water pitcher." He goes, "You dripped on one of my planets." He goes, "You just destroyed so and so." And it's one of those, endings that Stan was famous for. Anyway, my other back issue.
Wow, in that book, and then you have the paint on the cover. With odds. Wow.
Spider-Man 100.
Yep. I love the art in the background, everything.
Yeah, this is cool. I said, fortunately for me, unfortunate for the store, there's tape on the inside cover.
Oh.
And it's to keep a little bit detached. But the way this cover, you can't tell by looking. You have to look really, really close.
Bottom left corner.
No, it's right around there. But this was. I said it's. I mean, I'm never going to have anywhere near what I used to, but it is fun to get a couple, books like that back.
I hear you, man. I like getting all the older stuff. But I like collecting. I might go back and get that Herbie.
Oh man, that's a pre-Herbie.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
If it's still there, it's on sale, so half off.
Yeah, I said I tell you those hardcovers. I said if I ever see those somewhere down here where I live, I'm all over those.
They're still at the LCS, and they are half off too.
Oh, those are?
Yeah. They're in a clearance because nobody wants them.
If they go down again, I might have to send you a check.
I'll buy them, and then I'll just take a picture of myself just having a sucker in my mouth while I'm reading it.
Because you don't want to get bopped with a lollipop.
Yep. The little
Jackson. It was like issue 123. It was a couple months before the Herbie series started.
Yeah, the one.
And Cleopatra's on the cover.
Yep, Cleopatra. Yeah,
she's got a thing for Herbie.
Yep. She's like, "There's my lover now." And you see him. He's got the sucker doll. He's floating in the air, and just
that fat little nothing. That's what his dad always calls him.
He looks like the fat kid from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Well, I said, the first time I saw, we had one of those hardcovers at Comic Book World years and years ago. I just saw, I said, "What the fuck is this?" And I didn't know at the time, and now I said, I can't get enough Herbie. It's just awesome.
They got all the Spider-Man, like the Venom. They get the first part of, I think it's the first appearance of Carnage, right? Isn't that Max Carnage Part 1?
There was a storyline. The first Carnage storyline is Spider-Man 361, 2, and 3. But Cletus Cassidy, I think his first appearance is 343 as Cletus Cassidy, though.
The cover they have where it's Spider-Man versus Carnage, and they're on the cover, and it says Max Carnage Part 1.
Yeah, that was a 14-part series that went through all the Spider-Man books. At one time, those were fairly pricey. They have cratered. Now, the first storyline
you say for a price, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? How high?
Well, they used to all be well into double figures,
Okay.
but now you can get them like the ones, the spectaculars and the webs are basically down to cover price. And the Amazing Spider-Mans are just like $7 or $8.
Well, the one that has part 1 on there they're selling it for $60.
60.
$60.
Yeah, they're out of their mind.
They also have Spider-Man versus Venom on the cover. They have the embossed ones. They have that. Same with Venom.
Yeah, the first full Carnage story is Spider-Man 361. That still goes for a couple hundred. But 362 and 363 have dropped down about 25.
Yeah, that's the big box store I go to. That's the one that has the Herbies, So they also have they have their desk. You buy where the register is, and then in the front in the glass case is all their expensive books, Or the other one, my original shop has them all along the walls. You walk in all the way down, and I'm glad he does know about that. About the whole light thing. He after two base concert, he says he sells enough of them so that he doesn't worry about you have to move them. But occasionally he does move them because they don't get the faded effect. But
yeah, Jackson's saying that Rogers showed one of those Forbidden World Herbies today.
One of the first ones. So
yeah, that guy he's talking about, he came into Comic Book World on a day when I was at Phil's.
Wow.
Because he's been on the Fossils with us several times, and yeah, he and Bub were on their way to, I think, Cleveland, and stopped by Comic Book World, and I missed him. Bub, are you familiar with Planet Comics?
No, I've never heard of that.
It was a book in the 40s.
Oh wait, the PSA art,
Fiction House. Yeah, well, that's taken from a very, very expensive series from the 40s. Bub has over half of them.
Wow.
Not the PS Art books. Like I have over half of those. He has over half of the original freaking series. He showed those off one night. I was like, oh, and remember the Wiz Comics facsimile from a couple with the first Black Adam about a couple months ago? We had a guy on last night that has that. Not the facsimile.
And these guys are just buying stuff, because they have the money to buy it, or they got it as a kid.
He got this. He's had it for a while. I mean, all these guys, when they show this stuff, they've had them for a while, pretty much, unless it's comic collector geek who's probably a millionaire. But he was thinking about getting Batman 1. Someone had it for $45,000, and he goes, well, that would be everything I have in the bank. But then this popped up. It's Wiz 2/1, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
It was restored and trimmed and all that shit, but still, that book's for over $200,000. He got it for $7,000, and his two favorite characters are Billy Batson and Ben Grimm. So he also picked up a Fantastic Four #1.
Wow.
Jay, I don't blame you for being here. God, game sucks.
Justin's saying, hey, Max of Carnage made my dad so mad because I was weekly trying to get the parts. They don't have comic book shops, so this was a store to store. And his dad says, well, why do you want all these? Spider-Man wins at the end. It's just the journey getting to that point. And sometimes he doesn't win. Sometimes it's a draw even. The villain walks away, and it's not always. That was the thing about Spider-Man. It was always recurring, revolving doors. It's kind of like Batman. He'd fight against some, but away, and they managed to break out. And then it just kept rotating. Unlike where Batman became Joker.
Yeah, well, I've never been a Carnage fan.
Yeah,
but like Spawn, Venom, Carnage, those kind of characters,
yeah,
have created a fan base that has lasted, and I respect that because they're loyal. They keep coming back. They're not woke.
Yep.
They appreciate this character for what they are. I mean, again, it's not my thing, but You know, I said I'm not a fan of Rob Liefeld's work, but I want him out there doing 5 books a month.
The guy, like I said, he's not the greatest writer, but he's got the passion, the story.
Yes.
You can feel the passion in the writing and as far as the direction that it's going. And he's got a classic team up with Wolverine, Cable, and Deadpool and Spider-Man. That's so 90s, and I love it. The villains are over the top, or they're stupid villains. And you got the one Uber villain. He's like supposed to be Wade's friend, but he wanted to be because Wade stuck up from when he was a kid. He's bullied, so then he wanted to be just like when he found out that Wade was Deadpool, he wanted to be just like him. So he went to the Weapon X program or something like that, and they experimented on him, and turned him into a monster. He was under the control only he kept harassing Wade since X-Force. He's been being harassed by this character. A little bit of retcon for which I don't mind because it's X-Men. X-Men's just retcon so freaking much the hell. Like who cares anymore? But yeah, so like I said, I just love the team up books like that. Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Blade, Night Suns. You don't really see that often today. And if you do bring it back, it's by someone who never read the original, has no idea how to write those books, and it's not even about the characters; it's all about the message.
That's why I said I'm all. I'm not a Todd McFarlane fan, but I want him out there producing multiple titles a month because that's what a lot of comic book fans like that stuff. Well, not tourists, and not the people that Tim Sheridan is begging to buy his book.
I watched Spawn the movie. That was I saw the extent of knowledge of Spawn was the movie.
Don't you read one of the books from the Spawn universe?
I picked it. I picked up King Spawn. Never read Spawn before. Picked it up. I was like, okay, it's kind of cool. It had a little bit of cheesecake in it. That's kind of the reason I picked it up too, because hey, there's a she Spawn. What the hell is this all about? So I picked it up.
Yeah, scorched.
Yeah, and I find out, that she Spawn is actually the one that kills him in the movie. Same character, same redhead, and Sean Lewis is writing it, and he's a lot better writer than Todd McFarlane. And but you can see physical art, and they basically created a Spawn Avengers team, which I thought was really cool. Now, when I mean Avengers, I mean there's loosely. They don't always get along. There's different versions of Spawn. There's a Hulk Spawn now. There was a Gunslinger Spawn. It'd be like if they brought in Rawhide Kid on Avengers.
Hey,
but overall, it's been a fun thing, and it's not normally my wheelhouse, but I've been enjoying the book. Zach dropped it because I admit there was a part in the middle it was starting to lag, but I liked what they're doing with it so far. Go ahead.
Speaking of dropping, I actually dropped Batman. The last issue of Batman.
Zdarsky?
I've collected it from pre-New 52. I went through pre-New 52. I did all the Tom King stuff all the way through there. The Zdarsky thing, it just got to the point where this last issue, it's like, I'm done. I went into my the LCS and said, take it off.
As soon as I saw Gotham War was coming up, I didn't even pick it up. I just
did you see what happened in this issue?
I don't even
he
want
falls to his knees crying and puts his head between mommy's boobs while he sobs. That Tom King laughed at how non-masculine that Batman is.
Well, but hey, you got to give him credit for putting it where he put his face. But
I know where you're going with that, but no, it's
horrible.
Pitiful.
It's assholes like Chip Zdarsky that allow Tom King to do a spinoff, which is equally bad from the Failsafe series. And, with basically because the reason the Failsafe happened because the robot, because the Penguin died, only to be revealed later, that he was alive. He faked his death because he was tired of being a villain.
It's starting to look like Chip Zdarsky had a very finite prime. And I think he might already be coming out of the other side of it.
It's bad boy. It's not Batman anymore.
His last couple of, the last year or so, he hasn't exactly been killing it.
See, yeah, I've never read him before.
I disagree, Eric. He has been killing it.
I've heard so much about Chip Zdarsky. I didn't read any of his other stuff until I started reading this, and I'm like, what is the big deal with this guy? He sucks.
Well, there's some spectacular Spider-Mans that are fantastic. Spider-Man Life Story is about 95% outstanding.
Yes.
His first Daredevil run was excellent. And there's some other things that he can write, but he might have used up all of his good ideas already.
So he's pulling a Frank Miller, sort of.
Oh no, he was never Frank Miller.
No.
No, I mean just
I know. But no, he's
hitting his prime and then declining fast.
Yeah. And yeah, Ash is chiming in too. It's Spider-Man Life Story is among the best Spider-Man stories ever. I agree with that. And you see a guy, it's like it's Icarus. He reached the sun and now he's just crashing. But I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because he went to DC and DC has a different. Basically the reins are off, which run Marvel. You know, the shackles. Now in DC, he's like, yeah, bro, you can do what you want because you're awesome. We're gonna let you in. It's like when Bendis came over, they're like, yeah, bro, come over, do this. He was a big thing at Marvel. Come over to DC, and then he had free reign, and then you saw what that happens. You know, it's like I said. At this point, I'm just glad that we actually have options to read outside of Marvel DC. But even Marvel DC, there are certain books you can read still.
Oh yeah,
but I am thankful though for Chip Zdarsky and Batman because I don't have to spend $6 on that book anymore.
Yeah, Justin Brown, he did a 2-in-1 series that was great, and he should have gotten Fantastic Four, and they gave it to Jabba the Slot instead, which made no sense because until you realize one thing the big two love to do is see what fans want and then tell them to go fuck themselves and give them something else.
Oh yeah. I learned yesterday my main shop I go to, he's praising these books. He's like, oh, I enjoy the X-Men and X-Men. He's like, what? He's like, and I said it's ridiculous because they do not like Mary Jane and them being together. He's like, why the fuck do they have to be together? I'm like, it was there for 20 years, bro. Imagine they said this exact today. It's like that Lois Lane is no longer be with Clark Kent forever.
Look, I will give this guy a little bit of cover. It's his job to sell this shit.
I know it is.
It is a hard job.
It is,
especially if he hasn't branched out into everything else. Because we sell a lot of stuff more than new comics now.
Well, he's telling me that he sells more the new stuff than he sells the old stuff.
Of course he's going to say that.
I know he's not
whether it's true or not. You know,
Taylor says the same thing.
He said he doesn't know what other shops are doing, and I said I can tell you what other shops are doing. And go online and look. The numbers are there. They're reporting in. You know, but
if new comics were that great, would he have to have half offs all the time?
He does it three times a year.
Okay, no, still it's
the other shop has they have clearance books all the time. You know, but he got the point where he was buying too much as far as trades, so he put the trades on early on half off, like in September. So that's how I was able to get a lot of the Night's End and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Night Quest, which I prefer soft covers over hard covers when it comes to stuff because I don't know, it's hardcovers are to me it's like their absolute favorite things. You know, like the Dudley Class, I get the absolute covers. You know, the books I love those oversized issues. I'm also playing for the future when I can't move the book, but I can still read the font.
I like hard covers on the PS Art books, but I'm fine. I like the Epic collections more than the Masterworks.
Yeah,
more bang for your buck.
Right.
Well, my thing with some of the the Epic ones, I don't know if this thing with every Epic, and I don't think it is, but they'll take a book that was supposed to be in color, and then just it's all black and white.
Here's the Ashcan version, it's black and white, and then it's like, yeah.
Well, when they were doing that with DC was calling them showcases, and
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Marvel was calling them essentials. And it allowed them to do 20+ issues for $20. which was fine for some people. I mean, I don't mind reading comics in black and white. I prefer color if they
certain
started.
ones, yeah. I mean, like the creepy and stuff like that.
Well, they were never in color, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I have these things right here. I mean, those are perfect. I love them in black and white, because that's what they're supposed to be. You get some of the old Vampirella stuff like that. They're designed to be like that. If it's something that was supposed to be in color, and then they do it in black and white.
Do you know that I bought the first 12 creepy and eerie archives in hardcover, the ones that you showed today?
I hate you.
Somebody sold them into us, and the reality is, I don't know if it's because we've turned the store into if we're where we are, but he sold them to me for what he paid for them. So I've got 12 of each of those and the first 5 Vampirellas, and honestly, I wish I had more of the Vampirellas because that was just a better book.
Well, yeah,
better magazine, I guess.
You guys are bringing up Essentials. That's how I read Spider-Man first before I got the DVD-ROM or CD-ROM, and same with Punisher. I read the first volume of Punisher through that black and white. And I said I love that. It was cheaper, to buy at that than buying the Epic ones are now. I think are they the same sets? I think they're more expensive than they are but the Essentials I didn't mind those. It was cool reading Spider-Man in black and white because I felt like I was reading Sunday, not the Sunday paper, but normal
Monday through Saturday.
Yeah, Monday through Saturday. Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, but it's actually like black and white. And the thing is, I love John Romita's senior art, even in black and white without being colored. It's still that held up. You get Gene Colan, writing, or he did art too, right? Gene Colan.
Not Spider-Man.
Not Spider-Man, but I'm saying like you get brilliant artists back then, and seeing in black and white, seeing Fantastic Four in black and white, that's just mind-boggling, and because it really makes George Bell not have a job then, or not George Bell, but what's his name, Vince Coletta. They didn't meet him. He already was white. But like I said, the Essentials are now. I mean, if you can find them, they're probably expensive, but
some aren't, depending on what.
I don't know. It's just like I wouldn't read. It's funny because I read those in black and white, but when it came to The Walking Dead, I didn't want. I got spoiled because I started reading I started going to stores, buying the comic books, and I liked them in the color. It's like, why would I go back to black and white? Now I'm kicking myself because it's like it was actually because I used to be I was an art snob. I would not read a book if I didn't like the art. But now I actually will read a book, whether I like the art is not, and I can actually, I've learned that I actually like books. The art is kind of there. It's, it is what it is. But if it's good enough story, a lot of times I don't notice it,
Justin, it's not your imagination. In fact, it seems like every time a new volume of something I want comes out, it's $5 more than it was last time. I think they started it. I think they've gone up 2 or 3 times since they started this. Because I think the Epics are up to $45 now, which still, for 20 issues, isn't bad. Yeah, I love that format. To me, that's a lot of money for 10, 11 issues.
Yeah. Well, this is one of those that are half off. We're 75. Half of 75 is what I paid for.
Yeah, I mean that gets it down more manageable, but
yeah,
those were 50 when those started.
But it's a volume 1 too, though.
Well, it's getting to the point where some of the softback things are getting up that high. Some of the softbacks are now at 30, 40, and I got the deluxe criminal. Those are at 50.
I think we're gonna have to do if we now you've been reading books, I want to do best books of the year. Not to be Spirit Awards, it doesn't have to be like that, but going through what you've read, what stood out to you the most, and just talk about that, But I mean, because this is up on my list.
Yeah, I did like that a lot.
For Cullen Bunn, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Does Wes ever do anything like that as far as best of the year?
I don't know if they do a
I
year-end.
know him and Doc have been doing.
I don't know if they do a year. If like the last aficionados a year is a wrap up. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, because wouldn't mind talking about stuff. There's a lot of stuff that came out, that was bad. But it's the one thing is it's hard for me to talk about is the worst books because I avoid the worst books. I imagine if it's not in what I bought, it sucks to me.
Yeah, I'm never going to buy intentionally.
Yeah.
Or books that I know are bad going in. Because I said I'm not a full-fledged YouTuber, so I'm not gonna go on my channel and roast them. And there's only so much space for this stuff anyway, and I've got thousands of books I haven't read yet. Why would I spend the money and waste my time to read Hawk Girl number 4? I mean, we know where it's going.
You should tell Wes, since he doesn't watch this channel, but he watches E. Maybe we should bring it up on E's channel. But Wes should talk about these, rank these fires if facsimiles come out each year.
Look, I know E thinks that Wes, spies on Wes. I don't even think Wes watches Perch's videos anymore because he is. Yeah, I mean, he spends so much time producing these things and coming up with the subject matter. So everybody's got access to the same shit.
I mean, like I said, yeah, everybody does. Like I said, I honestly would be kind of cool because I mean, I never really pay attention what's facsimiles are coming out, but like having like the fact this is the list of the books that come out and like what's kind of like rank them in order. Even though they're old ones, but it also gives people a chance to go back and get the originals if they want to. Because facsimiles, for whatever reason, are always like this, like reprints. Remember in early Marvel, they go open price. I don't know why, but they do.
Now,
because we're accessible, I guess. But
I was say, no, you'll never see Wes cover facsimiles because they might sell well, but there's no drama to the facsimiles, and unfortunately, that's why we don't do the retrospectives anymore because that takes more work than normal videos for far less views. And so a video praising a facsimile would get crickets opposed to trashing Jazdia Axelrod for the inevitable Kendra being either a man or a lesbian at the end of her series.
Yeah. Cullen Bunn is a good name since his books are about as appealing as the buns in a family feast.
I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. He's praising him or killing him.
Yeah.
Now, if it were the buns or rolls at O'Charlie's, then that's praise.
They're as appealing as the bun coffee machines.
I like Cullen Bunn's horror stuff.
He did that vampire book. That was this. I'm trying to remember what it was now, but I really enjoyed it. It ended about a couple months ago. His kids are basically locked in their rehab, and then like the apocalypse. And there's this cult that's been worshiping vampires, and then as they go out, the town, that the town's basically like, oh, we're saved, and to find out that town is pretty much a nesting ground. It's kind of like reminded me of is at the end of the Vampires by John Carpenter, where they go into the town. It's a ghost town. Turn out the whole town's full of vampires. Like they find the people and like, oh, that's the people.
I think Cullen Bunn had some kind of Western horror series that kind of put him on the map. I can't remember the name of it though. That's fair, Ash. I mean, it's a bit. Red Zone clicked that. Whereas, like I said, that piece of shit salt got in my eyes, or something.
Salty.
Where I read 5 issues just to get to a fucking lecture on climate change.
Was that Cullen Bunn?
No, that was Ed Brisson. Thank you, Justin. Six Gun. Yeah, lesson learned. Again, I didn't know anything about Ed Brisson. I'd heard he did a decent X-Men. I didn't read any of it. Jesus God, did I feel like I wasted $20.
I've been, like I said, Undead Quinn, if he's still here, has been praising Benjamin Percy as far as with the Ghost Rider books. He's been loving those. And I think it's Johnny Blaze actually is the version. I'm not sure if it's Getting Catch, but I think it's Johnny. Could be wrong. Undead,
either one would be okay.
Yeah. But he's been enjoying that, and I gotta say, I'm curious now because I read that Wolverine versus Predator book, and I loved it.
That was a good book. I read the first one; it was really good.
Yeah, I'm hooked on. I'm looking for the next one. Now it's a slight retcon because you're putting two characters that don't really exist in the same, world. But according to the Predator universe, this book here, Wolverine, well, he has a problem. He can't remember things because he's had his mind wiped, and this such stuff. He came when he escaped from Weapon X program. He came across a Predator, fought it, killed it, and then later on he fought at least two more times that but doesn't remember fighting them.
Yeah, this is a little different than when Superman fought the Predator or Aliens or Batman, because those were company crossovers because Dark Horse had the rights.
Yeah.
Well, now that Marvel has the rights, just like in 1977, the Champions, the Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. all fought Godzilla. Godzilla was fully integrated into the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
And then the rights went to somebody else, and they just kind of pretended like none of it had ever happened.
Yeah, so I like the fact that Wolverine's fought against these Predators multiple, and now to the point at the end of the book, they're so pissed off. Now there's 6 of them Predators versus Wolverine the next issue, and I just love the fact that they played around with a little bit of lore and stuff, but it wasn't like offensive,
Rhaegar, when the 2030 goal of you will own nothing and be happy, they can start by taking my 5 issues of Sins of Salt and Sea.
But like I said, Ash, it's all right if you think that Cullen Bunn's books are filler, but sometimes filler is better than what's out there.
Oh God, if it that's compared to a lot of stuff being produced today, it is. But also, if that's the best he ever is, then that's a problem. I said, now everything he does is not Red Zone.
No.
But like I said, for 4 issues, he nailed it. I mean, I said that's. It's just some people have it in them to occasionally rise above who they are. Like I said, Maranya is complimentary of generic Duggan's Iron Man. For her, he's getting it done on that title. So there's plenty of evidence out there that he's pedestrian far more than not, but maybe Iron Man's his wheelhouse. I don't know. So that's I said so. And maybe it's a subject matter that Cullen Bunn just likes and put a little bit more into. I don't know.
I'm trying to. Oh, Cullen Bunn was on Vampire versus Reanimator back in the day. Oh, who was that? I'm trying to find that book though. But he's done a lot of. Apparently, he's done a lot of vampire stuff. Nightwalkers is the one I'm thinking of though.
He was also writing the Venom, I think, with Flash Thompson when they retconned it when he was in high school. Flash would go beat up the gay students and almost kill them because they were gay. Now, I don't know if that was an edict from editorial, but
who knows?
It was hard to ever want to read anything by him again after that.
Yeah, I hear you. He did a Wolverine book, I think, back in the day too, and I didn't care for that either.
Well, some of these, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes whether it's the writer or editorial, because who was it? King said that it wasn't his decision to kill Alfred, and that was editorial. And so you hear every once in a while that editorial will come in and make these people put something in there they don't want to. So,
well, I hear you with that because Greg Rucka, famous for lesbians and all this BS stuff he does that over at DC, does that Lois Lane miniseries, which was atrocious, turning Batman into basically an errand boy for her. It was all about Orange Man bad policies, blah blah blah.
Oh.
You go over the Lazarus. He's waiting for Image, and it's completely has none of that BS. It's straight up a fun book.
Well, but Stumptown, the main girl, has basically she'll bang anything but a white dude.
Yeah,
I didn't really see that in the thing I read. They didn't. Are you just going off the TV show or the book?
Well, the comic that it was based off of, she's the same thing.
Yeah, because I guess I'm having a hard time remembering, but I think now I do remember that she did do something like that.
So Stumptown the comic, when was that? 2015 or how?
I can't remember.
It was just after Trump election.
Before, it was before.
I think it was before Trump.
Yeah. Okay, because this one's been going on since 2011.
He retconned Renee Montoya's sexuality, 20 plus years ago.
Yeah,
in Gotham Central.
Yeah, which again, some people never forgave him for that, but I look at it as would anybody would Renee Montoya even have lasted much longer? No. I mean, 'cause I know she was in the cartoon,
but she was no Harvey Bullock.
And I know she did. She was very important in No Man's Land, but I think she was already kind of being phased out. Now, I mean, the way she's being written today is just crap.
Yes.
But then most
I look at the other Bama books. If you do get Jim Gordon in there, you don't hardly get Harvey. There's no Harvey Bullock. Harvey was made famous in the animated series. Same with
Harvey Bullock started as a plant from, I think, either Mayor Hill or Congressman Reeves to discredit Jim Gordon. So he was a bad guy.
He was like Flass.
And he ended up realizing he was on the wrong side. So he became Gordon's biggest fan.
Nice.
And then they really fleshed him out through the rest of the 80s. And the original Checkmate series, he was a cast member of that book. Then when that was gone, he came back to Gotham and was a very... I thought Bullock is one of the great supporting cast members in Batman. Because to me...
Yeah.
Next to Jim Gordon, I think he is the most important non-superhero character in the Bat universe.
Well, definitely. Especially, I love how they gave him more of a time to shine in Gotham, the TV series.
Oh yeah, well, because remember he was kind of a villain, or he was kind of a bad guy in that at first, and then that was kind of following.
Not Wake Waves guys, he doesn't. He didn't want to be, strung up.
The pre-crisis version of Harvey, which, like I said, started as a corrupt cop.
Yeah, I was surprised that Harvey wasn't in with James Gordon.
Yeah,
and Batman Year One.
There's a one. Oh, he wasn't around then.
He wasn't until what?
No, the story that Miller wrote was legit Batman Year One, and Harvey didn't come along till much later,
like Year 3.
Well, even a sliding time scale, probably after that.
Now, in Batman Begins, was that supposed to be Harvey, or was that Flask that was Gordon's partner in that one?
In what?
Batman Begins, the movie.
Oh God! I don't
Swear to me, was that Flask or was that Harvey?
Probably Flask, wasn't it?
It looked actually. It might have been Flask. It's hard to tell. Maybe a combination of both.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever read the one-shot Bullock's Law?
No,
never heard of it.
It's something because he did get a oversized one-shot.
You said oversized.
64 pages.
Ash doesn't like oversized. You mentioned oversized Superman. He rolled his eyes.
Well, because that wasn't oversized.
I know.
So I get what he meant by that.
I know.
Oversized. Hey, if that's all the bigger something had to be oversized, a lot of guys would be a lot happier,
You
and
would
so
be
would a
too.
lot of women.
Hey Zach, are you home? Or because I was gonna say quickly to jump on and show your books, but if not, don't worry about it. See, he's stalking us in the chat.
Stalker.
Not quite regular wedding rehearsal with way too much food and booze. Well, he made it home apparently.
So they were serving a lot of food and booze at the Hydra meeting, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
If you made it home and you're in good enough condition to be getting on a YouTube chat, you didn't have too much booze.
See, Ash, I was giving you credit for the other thing because I said that was hardly oversized either.
Yeah. Like 72 pages is oversized. I like that. Man, just going back and thinking about 64 pages, and then you get these, especially the dialogue in these books. Just alone, look at these. It's like all the words. Everybody has giant paragraphs as you go through. So as I said, like when we do like the annuals, you're like the old school, Fantasy Four. I could see where you're like, oh, that's a lot of reading to do. But as you get closer to the 90s and do the annual, it's like, hey, where's Gala go? it's like not to say as bad as Tom King, but I mean as far as the word quantity, it's like you're taking Tom King off a book and all of a sudden you put it right around it. It's like, oh, it actually just goes much faster reading the book. But then again, you can also say that when Tom King's in a book, that a lot of people, the reading does go by faster because people don't pick it up.
Yeah, because they read about the first half of it and says, fuck this, and put it down.
Yeah. But it looks like Zach doesn't want to join us. He went to his parents' house for more drinking.
So there's the KKK meeting tonight or something that he's dumping us for?
Well, no. That's on Fridays. That's why he doesn't join us the readings.
Okay.
I mean, everyone's allowed to have their opinions, whether we agree with them or not. I'm not going to tell him. If he wants to praise, strikeouts, he can cheer him on as much as he wants. And then and the great thing is that the great thing is that where he is, he's down the south. You're getting close to Halloween. Now he can dress up as a ghost.
Yeah, sort of like what Cartman did in South Park.
Yep.
You gotta be kidding me.
All right. So, Eric, do you have anything to shill as far as you got to be an aficionado this Saturday morning?
Nope.
All right. So, check out Geeky's channel.
I will say before you say though, not that anybody's inclined to go back and watch live streams. I know I'm not. But this past Tuesday, Joe and I were on Yule's channel, eulogizing. See what I did there?
Yes.
Yule had never figured that out. He was calling us the Reapers. I said, I prefer eulogizers. He goes, oh, yeah. Keith Giffen. And there was another one Sunday morning on Howler Mouse's channel with Howler and Paulo Costa, which objectively was better than ours. So if you're a fan of Tim Sheridan, Keith Giffen, and would like to hear him, see a couple streams that, focused on that. Now, we talked about other things. In fact, I told my best drunk story. Hey, Ken, from my childhood.
Yeah.
But Tim's and Paulo's was pretty much a straight, tribute show.
I like how you show these people off camera so they can't see you just making faces.
No, right there I was trying to keep from belching. But and since
check out Gratu's channel since he's in the channel. He's got a lot of cool stuff.
Sunday, Captain Strangelife's having his Halloween show with Horror Mike. I believe the Hotel Orloff will be there. Dr. Silver Age.
So we're not getting Silver Age again on Sunday?
You're not getting me on Sunday either.
Wait, what's on Sunday?
The Strange Life's Halloween show.
What time does it start, though?
It starts at 7.
In the morning?
No.
Okay.
No, I said it's gotta be in solidarity with my fossil brothers. And Hans is giving away an original EC comic.
Well, I mean, we had Jackson Roykirk here, we have you here, and we have Hotel Orloff. And then when we sign off, they say they go in threes. No, but Gratu's got a lot of cool stuff on there. I still say Gratu. I gotta say though, your little mini rants you do, you should just clip those in the YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, Geekies. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the Hotel Orloff's videos. I tell you what, his house is a pop culture museum.
I should check it out once I get my computer back working. All right, I can do it on my TV. I'll Hotel Orloff.
Yes.
You can broadcast with your phone onto the TV. You have a smartphone.
No, I just go tell Alexa to pop it up and stuff. So, yeah. So
I just sat the first couple of ones I watched. It was just like my jaw was dropped the whole time.
Speaking of pop culture, my younger sister was just sent something in the group text earlier, like yesterday, saying that she saw a TJ Hooker, the complete series at some thrift store, and we're like, did you pick it up? She's like, no. How could you not pick up TJ Hooker?
Rob would be aghast at that.
I have the whole Knight Rider series in my thing, but
I could have got the whole collection of Bonanza twice. My shop has it. It comes with a T-shirt. And then I saw it. Where did I see it? I saw it at another store selling it. I was just like, very tempted to buy it because I know that show is going to go off the air again. There won't be any more reruns. And then good luck buying those series. It's going to go from $200 to $400.
So, got a little fight Bonanza.
So, Vank,
yeah.
Do you think that Rob, wherever he is, occasionally runs to his car and slides across the hood, not Dukes of Hazzard style, but TJ Hooker style? He does.
Possibly. And then, William, like I said, William Shatner is probably the most creepiest guy I've ever seen him as a villain. And watch Impulse. He is just crazy in that. But no, I just said like I said, whenever someone mentions TJ Hooker, Rob's ears perk up.
Oh, I know. Oops.
Or he sneezes. That's the other thing. When someone talks about you sneeze. No, but I'm on season 2 of Miami Vice, and I am just loving that show. I've seen TJ Hooker, I've seen A-Team, all that stuff, and I gotta say, I'm just loving Miami Vice. It's so well done. Miami Vice is so well done that the camera angles, the dialogue, the stories, Eartha Kitt's on there, Pam Grier, all the celebrity guests on there, and we're just it's a celebrity guest, and then it's like a cheesy story. They had good stories. It didn't interrupt the actual series. So I guess
Simmons,
Giancarlo Esposito is on there 3 times.
Yep.
It's 3 different characters.
God, that must have been awfully young because that was like 15 years before Homicide and 30 years before Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he's
almost 30.
He was on there in the first season, gets killed off. He's only under he's like a 5-minute screen time, and he gets shot and killed. And then the second is I just watched episode 5. He's in there, season 2. He's one of the main bad guys, and it's just so freaking.
Ash will remember this because he was in his teens already. Miami Vice was a big deal.
Oh, yes, it was. Yeah. It was huge.
Yes.
So, nobody went out on Friday nights during.
I've been talking to Rob, and we're gonna start doing Miami Nights soon, reviewing the Miami Vice.
If you were out Friday nights when they were showing non-reruns, people were at home.
I can remember having like pastel covered like suit jackets and pulled the sleeves up
Yeah.
Because I was in my early 20s.
The dude's running it in loafers.
Yeah.
Like, if you ever saw that movie, The Wedding Singer,
Hey,
Yes.
They weren't exaggerating with that shit. That's the way people were then, man. You know, with him.
Rembrandt was freaking in episode 5. Rembrandt from Sliders.
Rhaegar, I wish I had a couple. I wish I had pixels for this, but I don't. So you'll have to make do with mine.
And mine. Hey, wait, what's this? Oh, another one. Oh,
look, I've got 2 of those too.
I can't see the chat, so I don't know what he said.
Miami
Vice.
Vice.
My great grandma used to watch that.
Oh, okay. Add me on one of that too, then.
Your great grandma had taste. No, but like I said, it's just I love the camos on there, like I said, and I just love the storylines. And it just blows my mind because when I look at like the actors, it's like I'm watching a show where the actors, it's a very popular show. They're playing, and they're only like 35, they're 36 years old in the series, but they look like they're 20 in their mid 20s. The way they act,
except for Phil Collins, he always looked old.
Oh, hold on, I have to check my Discord because I think somebody wants to come on. All right, I gotta hook up the StreamYard so I can send the boy the link. Hold on a second. Zach likes to pop in. All right. This. If anybody has to leave, don't feel like I'm holding you hostage.
I just want to see how much like Katharine Hepburn Zach looks like tonight when he comes on.
What do you? Are we betting the hat, or is he?
Well, he's wearing the. He's probably wearing the dress.
I'm thinking the hat, the little. I worked the rice paddies hat that he had on from the other day.
How much does Zach look like Dylan McCaveney?
You mean Dylan Mulvaney?
Yeah, we had Dylan Mulvaney, yeah, in the Breakfast at Tiffany thing of it. Oh man. Yeah, there he is.
He's getting rid of other stuff before he comes on.
Oh, there he is. It's not connected. And there he is. And he's gone.
Zach, we hardly knew you. Are you doing this, or is...
I'm not. It's him.
What's up, everyone?
Sort of like me earlier, popping in and out.
Zach?
Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there it is. It's working. Okay.
Because you're driving, aren't you?
I am driving. I thought this might work. I didn't learn from past experiences.
Didn't you just say that you came back from a place where there's a lot of drinking?
There was. That doesn't mean I was doing a lot of drinking.
Uh-huh.
I had.
Yes, if we hear some sirens, you're actually getting busted because you're weaving.
Please, I'm taking the country roads. They don't watch these.
Are they taking you home?
Yes, actually.
You
Not West Virginia, but they are taking me home. Yeah.
If Zach was weaving, he'd be also heaving. For how much he'd be drinking.
No, I'm not. I'm not weaving. I can't weave. I'd be hurling, is what I'd be doing. I ate so much food, it's not even funny.
Lightweight, man.
Dude, look, I worked out. I burned calories. I fasted this week, saving up.
Breen and I know how to drink. I mean, even though I'm sure it's been a while since he's done it. I'm not as far along as he is, but we knew how to put a little bit away and still get home.
Oh, look, if I wanted to put some away, I could. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'2", I'm 250 pounds. I can have a couple for sure, more than a couple, but
wait, you weigh 250?
250. I'm trying to slim down.
Well, no, I was gonna say I'm gonna think twice. Oh, who am I kidding before I give you shit again? No, I'm not.
I'm just gonna say this: that at least Zach's, not a quitter. Both you guys drank and then quit.
Yeah, well, if I hadn't, there'd be 3 people on here right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not. I don't go hardcore. I special occasions, and that's about it. But like I said, I wouldn't even wear the heavy ones. The father of the bride was, maybe it was to keep back all the tears. I don't know. But anyway, we're not here to talk about me and my Hydra inductee meeting, Rhaegar. I saw your comments. Y'all went through all the comics for the week.
Yeah, we read up. I read up your list here. Kind of
Yeah,
similar
man.
to mine.
Pretty. Oh, was it similar to yours? Yours were about the same order.
Well, I mean, Big Game was number 1, and then Jay Garrick was number 2, and then
You really liked it. I liked the Jay Garrick one a lot, but I was really impressed with the Godzilla King Kong Justice League book. That one I thought was way better than I thought it was going to be in terms of storytelling.
yeah, the Godzilla was number 3 this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was bummed. I didn't get the cover. I know because I saw the actual owner of the LCS today, and he saw I was picking up the Godzilla Kong Justice League book, and I ended up just getting the cover A because I like the wraparound. But he was like, "Oh, dude, you should have been here yesterday. We had one. It was that cover that I really liked, where it's like all of the Justice League versus Godzilla." And that's the one that I really, really wanted. He's like, "Oh yeah, man, we had one yesterday. It sold for like $40." I was like, "Oh shit, I wasn't about to pay that."
Just 1 second, Kikis, you didn't murder your wife, did you?
Huh?
You didn't murder your wife at all. That you're sitting in the dark smoking a cigarette.
Oh, I'm outside.
I know, but you know I'm referencing, right? Though.
What? No,
Rear window.
no. I told you this is only 7:30 at night, and it's
We can't see when you see a floating cigarette.
You're up in Alaska, right, Geek Easy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say. I knew it gets dark up there early.
Yeah.
Zach, come look.
Next in the next few months in like December, January, it's gonna be like 4:00.
4 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Eric, all it's missing is a gun racking background, a lighter noise.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I've got my. I use knives, man.
No, we have a friend, Weaponized Nerd Rage. It's all you hear is him lighting up a cigarette, or he just be fooling around with guns, cleaning his guns.
Ooh, it's too cold out here.
I kept thinking of Boondock Saints, where they're at the kitchen table cleaning their guns.
It was a firefight. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Islam.
Well, that's later. That's later on in the movie, though. But he shoots the cat on the table. Oh man,
I haven't seen Boondock Saints in a hot minute.
I haven't seen it at all.
It's good.
What?
It's a really good film. Young Norman Reedus, before he got big with Walking Dead. Willem Dafoe. I forget
Sean Patrick Flannery.
Yeah. That I always forget the other brother.
He's from. His big thing I've seen him before was actually in the Dead Zone. He was the candidate that was running for mayor, or running for president. He's supposed to it was like towards the end. If he becomes president, the world ends.
Well, the best Norman Reedus thing is Scud.
I have not seen that.
No, that's his character from Blade 3.
Oh, he's son of a gun. That is Norman Reedus.
Yeah, yep. It's better than what was it?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
I actually liked Ryan Reynolds' character.
Yeah.
Blade 3.
Have you heard Patton Oswalt telling stories about that movie?
Wait, what about Patton Oswalt?
Patton Oswalt has all these stories about what went on behind the scenes in that movie.
Oh, does he?
Oh, I hate Patton Oswalt, but that is funnier than hell. It sounded like a hell show, man.
Yeah. The one I'm thinking of is Norman Reedus in Pandorum, where you see him and then he gets eaten by the people.
Dang.
It was this pre-Walking Dead moment. He gets eaten by people alive.
It was a prophecy.
Right?
I started watching, actually the other night, I started to watch Band of Brothers because they have it on Netflix and I've never seen it before. Dude, you know how many people from The Walking Dead are in that show? Or just how many famous people are in that show? Yeah, or I guess they weren't famous at the time, but now they are.
Wait till you watch Pacific.
I'm sure. Like I saw Abraham from The Walking Dead is in Band of Brothers. I was like,
Alexander Skarsgård from True Blood.
oh, is he in there too? I haven't gotten to him yet.
I think so.
Neil McDonough is in it.
Oh, I love him.
He's a great. I like him a lot. He's real good.
Rami Malek is in the Pacific.
Zach,
Yeah.
Are you watching Band of Brothers for the first time?
First time, yeah.
Wow.
Did it take you this long to watch it because you thought the title meant something else all those years?
No, come on, Breen. No.
I've never seen it either. So
That's not because before it was on HBO, my parents didn't have HBO for like the longest time. And so I think it was HBO. It was like one of those premium cable channels.
So my thing is, it's been on DVD collection since 2000, early 2000s.
I didn't get it on DVD. I didn't know what it was. I wasn't about to drop $40 on a DVD show. I didn't know what it was.
You've had access to internet. You could have asked me. I watched it. It was great. It was Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg working together.
And Tom Hanks, yeah.
Yeah, and I watched Saving Private Ryan, and then this drops, and so like, dude,
Saving Private Ryan is an amazing film.
Vin Diesel's up there too.
You know who it is? David freaking Schwimmer from Friends. Is like he's one of these like serious traumatic characters in the first episode or two of Band of Brothers. I'm like, this is the guy that everybody makes fun of in Friends.
He's the one he's the one that nobody trusts because he seems like
he can't work under pressure. Yeah. I was like, dang, this dude had serious acting chops, and all people know him for his Friends.
I love Band of Brothers because that's Easy Company. What you're seeing right there, that's what my grandfather was in.
Really?
Yeah, well, you'll see later on. They're sitting in the woods and stuff, and everything going on.
Yeah,
like and they were like that. My grandfather rejected morphine. He drank coffee and cigarettes because it was uppers and downers. But he did take morphine because he knew people were getting addicted to it during wartime.
Yep.
By the way, since we're not leaving, did you send Ash a link?
Oh, did he ask one? Oh. I didn't know he asked for one.
I don't know if he was asking for one, but or if he was just, giving us crap. But
let my indie comics brother Ash in here.
I guess so.
I actually knew a guy in LA who fought in Germany in World War II and helped liberate.
Well, the reason I'm wondering because it says Ash is playing Guild Wars 2.
Oh, he might have just been kidding, but I just saw that.
Yeah.
So it is the Pacific. Is that still Army or is that Navy?
The Pacific is the Navy version. It's basically it's the Japanese.
I know. So my grandfather was in the Navy during World War II, and he was on a PT boat. I want to say he wasn't near Japan. I want to say he was closer to Hawaii.
So that's the thing. Well, my dad's dad was on the ships. And he had two ships. He worked in the boiler room. Both were sunk, blown up. Basically, he survived two sinkings.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So he was an engineer.
Yeah, working there.
That's great. That's awesome.
He shared the stories about the sharks and all stuff. He's the one that was the alcoholic. And wasn't a nice person.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's
that's just about anyone in the Navy, pretty much.
Like I said, I don't know if it's the war or if he's just with Dick before that. Who knows?
Dude, I don't know, man. It sounds like all that stuff. Like I bet I would probably have some stuff too. Like I'd probably have a chip on my shoulder too if I was on two ships that sunk and like dealing with sharks and stuff. It's crazy.
Was it the left shark or land shark?
I like the left shark. I'm partial to left shark.
It says you're playing a game. It says you're saying your Guild Wars.
Oh.
For about an hour. So I don't know. If you want on, I'll let you on, bro.
You can multitask, can't you, Ash? I'm driving and I have time to be here.
I thought your parents were driving you. That's all. I was like, you sit in the back with your parents.
No. I did. I stopped by my parents' house. I ended up. So the guy who catered the rehearsal, he's friends with my parents, and he's like, "Hey, why don't you take some food home to him?" Because he had like trays of leftovers. So I went over there to drop it off because if I kept it at my house, I would just eat it all.
It'd be more than $250.
I'd be well over 250 by tomorrow.
Zach's like, driver, stop. I need to get some food. Like, Dad's like, what?
No, dude, but big game. I actually really dug. It's like now there's another Mark Miller book that I need to go read because I'm really interested in this Empress storyline now, like the prehistoric Earth and everything. Like that was really cool.
I'm sorry, I just can't get past thinking of a 250-pound Katharine Hepburn.
Wait, what?
I mean, because you're actually when I see Cam Newton wearing that hat now, I'm just gonna think of you because you're about the same size.
Yeah, well, he's got to be more muscular. I've started to add more muscle to my arms and shoulders recently, but a lot of it is like from sitting down in office chairs and driving most of the time. So it's all in like my legs and my gut and stuff. You don't really see it on.
You don't have to put in the effort. You're already the pretty boy of this group.
Well, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that.
Emphasis on boy.
Of course, I said. I mean, have you seen the rest of this group?
I don't know. There was that picture of young Breen. I thought young Breen was kind of a stud. He was kind of like a Johnny Bravo.
Hey, guess what? That ship sailed a long fucking time ago, and apparently it sailed right to a place that had a lot of food.
Same place mine went to.
Yeah, it docked at a Popeyes.
Also, check out MP Real Goddess, who's actually streaming right now on Twitch. Who gave us decided to give us a tab open for us. She says that I don't know why the on mobile made me laugh, but it does. Because Zach on mobile.
Oh, Zach. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's my thing. Whenever I try to experiment with the cell phone, it's not always successful. Every now and then it is, but
Do you do a lot of experimenting there?
On mobile?
Only on mobile.
Okay.
And I always have the camera turned off when I do it, so people don't need to see that.
The reason I kind of like that better, not because I don't want to look at you, but it feels more like those radio programs in the 30s where people are having sex and you just only heard it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what radio shows from the 30s are you listening to where they were having sex?
No, because he said he's experimenting on mobile.
Do you think this is like some Howard Stern program or something?
He was in college. They were all doing it.
I was in community college, though, Breen.
So those are the real lowbrow experimentation if you're in community college.
Yeah, all the experimenting and none of the student loans. So
Right. The only experiment that's upscale was at Harvard, right?
Oh God, don't even get me started on Harvard.
Harvard.
Don't even get me started on those punks. Speaking of punks, though, I don't know if y'all have talked. I mean, I saw this in our Twitter group chat earlier today, talking about Tim Sheridan and his little promotion video. Did y'all see that?
I know. Yeah. I did not see that. What did you talk about it?
Josh McDonald actually got a response from Tim Sheridan.
Josh from Aficionados?
Yes.
Really?
And he goes, I understand what you're saying. He goes, but you got to admit those Comicsgate fuckwads, homophobes that don't read it, blah, blah, blah. And just like if Tim was looking for an ally in Josh, he didn't find one.
Yeah. I know. I saw
Josh said, if all you add to the character is gay, that's because people want more than that.
Yeah. Like, have you seen the sample pages? I mean, I know you saw like the interview or whatever with the FBI guy. I forget it. I'm blanking. Hoover. No. But
it's in every fucking DC comic.
It is. Well, and then two of them today, they added like these 2 pages of Alan and it's either Jimmy or Johnny. I think isn't that supposed to be his friend who died in the train wreck that got him his powers?
I don't care. I'm not reading it.
Well,
wait, Johnny Thunder?
No, not Johnny Thunder. Not Johnny Thunder.
Johnny Bravo.
No, it's like anyway, they added 2 sample pages. And it's like Alan and his boyfriend, like half naked in a hotel bed. And I'm like, this is your sample? Like, this is supposed to get people excited to read this book?
Dude, honestly, we were talking about this. A guy that goes to the comp store I do, and he picks up the book. He's like, he opens the page. Like, what is this? Gay porn?
Yeah, dude, it is legitimately borderline gay porn in a preview page. And I saw it was in Superman, and then I think I saw it in what was the other book? It might have been the Jay Garrick Flash one, actually.
Jay Garrick Flash,
and I think there's also on the back of the
Justice League.
Was it in the back of the Godzilla Kong one? Okay, well, I might have missed it in that one. But it's just like, I'm a comic book reader, and if you want me to like get excited or at least on the fence about buying a book, like show me some action or something. Show me Green Lantern fighting Solomon Grundy or something. Like, don't show me two dudes making out and hugging each other. Like,
look,
I mean, where was the diner scene? Where were they eating, and drinking coffee?
Right.
Okay.
He didn't buy him dinner. It was straight. Yeah.
If this were a lesser, say this was Dr. Midnight, who we really don't know a whole lot about their backstory, blah, blah, blah. And there were no J. Edgar Hoover blackmailing him for sex scene. And it was a different 2 pages. But that'd be one thing. But I don't, whoever did it in 2012, no, Tim Sheridan did not turn Alan Scott gay.
No, it was
somebody in the New 52 did it. And then, what's his name? James Tynan, who couldn't, if he were a cop, he couldn't write a parking ticket without the person he was writing to becoming gay, because that's all he knows how to do. Made him gay everywhere. Okay. Yeah. So Tim Sheridan's picked up that ball and run with it. But taking down the entire legacy of the JSA just to get over a sexually retconned character is bullshit. And the 2 pages that they showed tells me it's not about telling a story. I don't care how earnest he sounded before he turned into Tim Sheridan. This is just to own CG. Well, all those guys at CG, I promise
they'll buy books.
By the second or third issue of this title, it's again just like Hawkgirl. It's gonna be selling Tim Drake Robin numbers, and you can't say it's for lack of promotion. It's in every fucking book. You can't miss it. But you know what? Those 2 pages.
See, what they can do is they can throw Tim Drake Robin in there, and boy, that'll really get him some numbers.
I want to be clear or something. Everybody who's just tuning in to watch now, we're not bashing gay characters.
No, not at all.
Whatever the character was written gay to begin with, but when
he could have easily chosen to write Obsidian, who is Green Lantern's son, who was created as a gay character, and there would be no issue. There'd be no problem at all. But
Alan Scott is not
a character who's been married twice. He's got 2 kids. It is the least logical retconning of a character.
Yes.
Alan Scott is not Green Lantern. Alan Scott is not a JSA member. Alan Scott is gay. That's it. That's all he is.
He's not a father. He's not a twice married husband. He's not Jay Garrick, army colleague or army buddy. Yeah.
That's all. Tim Drake is not Robin. He's gay.
That's what a lot of people like us are saying is, if you want to have a good gay character, create them. Don't take characters that are already around, that have been around for a long time, and change them.
And God forbid. If they took point. Grant Morrison wasn't allowed to do what he wanted to do, which was make Superman and Batman lovers. So he created Apollo and Midnighter.
Well, the other thing is,
great characters.
The reason so for those who are like, oh, there's nothing wrong with Alan being gay, his strict character is gay now. Imagine if we took your gay character like Obsidian and said now he's straight now, and they retcon him ever being gay.
Yep.
You would call that, and we'd call that, what do they call it? Where they put the people into the Christian camps where they force you to become straight.
What is called
conversion camps.
Conversion camps, and oh my gosh, it'd be so much flack for that.
Oh, it's even more insane. What if they took a character like Iceman or Tim Drake and gave him his heterosexuality back? Those people, fucking, you could hear the reading from space. So forgive us if we're just a little sick of this.
That's right.
I'll be right back.
About that. There is a line and I got in a big game. For those who remember, there was a line in there. Perch had brought it up. I almost missed it. But it really adheres to what Mark Miller thinks of the whole entire the world as far as the culture war and all that stuff. Let me find it. Yeah, right here.
Was this a tweet by him or an X post or whatever they call it these days?
It's an excerpt from the current panel from the current issue here.
Okay.
Let me go here.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Yes.
It was really good. That was a good piece of dialogue, actually. I thought.
Yes. Let me find it quick. What's that here? Right here. I think it's right here. Yeah. See that?
No.
Well, you can't. I'm talking about anybody else that can see it's on a mobile.
Yeah, no, I see it. I'm about to hop out. I just got back to my computer, so I'm going to hop out and hop back in on my computer.
Yeah, but it says right here, ruling the world. Can hear myself echo now. Ruling the world is easier than you think, Matthew. You just have to stand back and play the guys with the red baseball caps against the ladies with the purple hair. Give them a culture war, and they'll never wage a class war. The money always stays in the same pockets. That's a villain speaking to another villain. I'm telling you how easy it is, to just stay in power. Divide, conquer, and they're too busy fighting each other. They realize that, yeah. I love that.
And it's true.
Yeah, and pretty much how it's I love a reaction. Fuck this prick. That's pretty much our gut reaction to Nemesis and this character. But more so, I hate a lot of us hate Nemesis because Nemesis always seems like he's this Batman, or he always wins. He always kills people. There's no pushback. And I said I read physical, but I also like going on to these pirate book websites just to see the comment section. The people who aren't buying the book, people are just reading it online for free. And it's always, Nemesis and all. Mark Miller just hates heroes. That's why he's doing this. Blah, blah, blah. Mark Miller sucks. I hate this book. It sucks. I'm just. It's always the case when it comes to Mark Miller. Whenever he puts a book out, it's always the same people too. And I'm just thinking, like, dude, why are you here and reading his book if you hate it so much?
Wait, who hates it? I just got back in.
People in the pirate sites who are reading
the
Mark Miller books.
The people that don't want to buy the book and actually
don't buy the book, but they're the same people who won't even buy the book or read the book. Will make comments too, But like I said, it's I love it. They pretty much have like what we could consider TDS, but this is the Mark Millar version of that.
So it's MDS.
I guess so.
Miller Derangement Syndrome?
Right.
Ash!
Yes.
Sorry it took so long. RDV decided to send a link to the Discord, my other Discord channel that I don't primarily use.
Well, that's the one that was said you're online.
Instead of Ash on Comics.
No, the other one said you're offline, so I went to the one you're online, so. It's okay.
So the other one, it said it was whatever the yellow version is, because I had manually set it to that for a while, and it doesn't undo it, and I forgot it was that way.
Oh, okay. Because
I forget what the yellow status is, but it was that one.
The one that's a dog is the one I see you always active on there, so I send you messages to that one.
Yellow means speed up, so it's like, game faster.
What does a yellow light mean?
Speed up.
Well, no, on Discord, it means idling, like you're not there.
It means caution.
Does anybody get that reference?
No.
From Taxi, when the Reverend Jim was taking his
wait! No, I have seen that.
He goes, slow down.
Slow down.
What does
Yellow light
mean?
That is funny. I'm trying to think of who showed me that. It might have been my dad.
Yeah.
Actually, I met Jeff.
I'm sorry. Taxi was the show my great grandmother used to watch.
Thank you, Ashtar.
Call back.
I wouldn't say Taxi. I would say for me that would more be like Surfside 6 or something, whatever it's called.
My great grandmother didn't have television. She listened to
That
the
was for you,
radio.
little Rhaegar.
She listened to those radio sex shows from the 30s. I think I was talking about.
Let's go, little Rhaegar.
Dude, if my grandmother had television, your grandmother had television.
Oh, I said my great grandmother. I thought that was the joke. We were talking about great grandmothers, not
My
Zach-
great grandmother also had television.
Did they really?
Zach,
Well, I guess they did. Yeah, that was in the 40s.
You guys forget Zach was homeschooled. He didn't have television.
No, we had television. My parents were just really strict about it.
I had my stick and my hoop, and Grandpa had his privacy.
Privacy? I was homeschooled. I wasn't raised into Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah, but you were just homeschooled in the Appalachian Mountains.
Nah, I'm down on the bayou.
You and Clearwater.
Do you have
There's
some
no
sort
clear
of
water in the bayou.
prejudice against Appalachian people?
No, not really. I'm just leaning into the stereotype. I'm just making fun of the stereotype.
You've ever been on the Blackfoot Trail?
No, I don't think I have. I've read about it, but I have not been on it. No. Yes, I know. Let's put them in the chat, Rhaegar. Don't. Let's hear them. Let's hear the jokes.
Hey,
I had an uncle that didn't get a
speaking of the
TV
bio,
till
man,
he
if you
was
ever
49.
check out the movie Hatchet, it's pretty good.
Right. Say again, Eric.
So I had an uncle that didn't get a TV till he was 49. He just bought it to watch Nixon resign. He was so happy.
Oh wow.
Was
By the way, I
Nixon
forgot
lapse,
to ask.
was
I have
it-
a fan on. If anyone hears it, I'll just turn it off.
You have a fan cheering for you? And
his
it's not
only-
me?
It's his only fan.
That's pretty good.
No,
That was the sex show
my
they're
only
talking
fan,
about.
yeah.
It's his only
that's
fan.
my other account.
That's your other account.
That's the one RDV is not supposed to use.
Well,
No,
Eric,
I have a fan blowing air.
Ah, okay.
Who's air?
let me guess though. You probably have a room that says fans only, and there's only 2 fans allowed in
Well, I'll
there.
tell you what. I'm glad you stopped that at air
Ash on OnlyFans.
because I don't know what your fans look like.
They're just like Ash. They only see their hands. You don't want to see what they're doing.
Well, if you turn on your cam, Eric, you'll know exactly.
How will me turning on my camera help me know what you look like?
Well, I'm not a fan of myself.
Wait,
you
are you
don't know what my
saying
fans look like.
Are you saying you're old and overweight, like Eric? That's what you look like.
Yes.
Yes,
I am old.
in light of that, Ash, I think you should aim higher in your quest for fans.
That
You
was
can do better than me, Ash.
That was supposed to be the sequel to the Superman movie. It was Quest for Peace. Then the next one was Quest for
I
Fans.
can't. I really can't.
Breen is the limit. Breen is everything I aspire to be as a comic book YouTuber.
Reach the limit. What
Besides,
happens
I'm not
after
looking
that?
for fans. I'm only looking for indie brothers. Am I right?
Well,
Oh, yeah. I'm with you, indie brother.
Was that a
culture
I'm
appropriation.
going to convert you.
reference back there a second ago?
Oh yeah, I'm all about appropriating cultures.
Indies. What's
In
that?
the West Indies.
Cultures were made to be appropriated.
That's true. Culture is made to be shared and spread, or spread and shared.
except for
Yeah.
by everybody but white people.
Well,
yeah,
well,
because they spread disease.
So you guys know my old girlfriend? Fred and shared?
oh no! Oh no! Oh, geek easy.
That's like my uncle Uber. Everybody knows him.
Uncle Uber.
Yeah.
Does he get people rides and charge them for it?
That's a huge family down south, though. I got 32 cousins.
Oh, we're a bunch of degenerates. Ash, did you pick up big game this week? You got
I
two
haven't-
degenerate for.
I haven't
Oh.
physically picked it up. It's in my pull box.
Right on. I actually was late picking up. I picked them up just
I
today.
don't go to the
was
store every
actually,
week anymore because my pulls are too small.
I was not able to go yesterday. I think it was the first Wednesday that I didn't go to the comic shop in like it's been almost a year maybe. So I was worried that they weren't going to have any more copies of Big Game or Godzilla Kong Justice League, but thankfully they still had some.
If you're going to a comic store, you should be picking up this, Ash. Get the trade.
Hang on, let me turn on my screen. What is it?
Local
Oh, I
man
saw.
trade.
Oh, I held it in my hands, and I was like, "Nah, I'll just start getting the floppies."
And then if
Like
you
a-
want to, you can
like a
always
fool.
just go get the actual next issue 6, which is
Is it-
actually
I feel
Is
like I'm
Local
on a
Man
delay.
is Local Man a limited series, or is it like right now? Is it like an ongoing?
feels like an ongoing to me.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't say one of or 6 of 6,
Yeah.
Like I said, one of the best new series I've read in a long time. It's a darkly funny but deeply sincere supervillain noir. Don't miss it, says Scott Snyder.
Oh, okay. Well, Scott Snyder endorses it, then yeah, sure, I'm all in.
A loving mockery, a thrilling tribute, and escalating, exciting exploration of the 90s comic greatness. Fun and brilliant. Tom King.
Oh God, Tom King likes it.
Never- Never take endorsements by peers. That's
Well, I'm just gonna say, Tom King's
they're-
crazy
I mean,
because he
these
knows
guys are
better than
friends.
this
Of
shit.
course, they're going to endorse each other's books.
Well, yeah, but Tom King,
Yeah.
no, I believe Tom King though is saying it's great because his writing sucks compared. So
Maybe, yeah. That could be it. That could be
you know,
true.
and Tim Seeley's a fellow woke friend of his, so
I mean, Jeremy Adams is friends with Tim Sheridan, and they're like polar opposites in terms of writing. So
right. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I take it with a grain of salt when one comic writer says another comic writer's stuff is great. It's good. They're just all. It's like what
Baker
they're
says
supposed to
everything's
say.
great.
You're never going to hear a comic writer. Let's say you're never going to hear a mainstream comic writer shit on Tom King's work, even though it's shit.
do you think that's just because the comic
Right,
writing
you know what I'm saying? 'Cause,
circle
like,
is so
they're
small
always
and
gonna
everyone
say
knows
it's
each other?
great.
Probably.
Partly that, and partly because it's like such a yes man culture type of like, you know, you get canceled if you say the wrong thing, and you can't trash anyone else's books. And it's, of course, it's not professional to do that anyway. I'm not really expecting to. I'm just saying, I just don't listen to peers. You know, they're friends. That's why, and people hate critics, but critics really do have a place because they have like a neutral opinion, or at least they're supposed to have a neutral opinion.
Or they used to.
Key
Yeah.
phrase they're supposed to.
So you should find a critic that's someone. You should find a critic that you trust and respect, and then.
And see, and that's also another problem these
That critic
days.
might be one of your friends.
I've noticed that these days that if you legitimately try and criticize someone's work, like if I say, yeah, here's my problem with, Tom Taylor's book on this, you get criticized for being, a hater, and you can't, even if it's a legitimate, this is what I think, you're an asshole because you aren't, down, or you're just you're a hater.
Exactly.
So Ash, this includes that little special thing with CrossGen or
cool.
That actually has it in there, so you get all that stuff.
I very much respect Local Man, and I've enjoyed what I've read of it. It just hasn't won me over as a fan of it. Doesn't make it bad. I can definitely see why people like it. I myself am liking it, but I'm limited to I can't buy everything that I just like. So it hasn't quite made my personal purchase thing, but I don't want anyone to be dissuaded by that, because there's lots of great things that people love that just aren't necessarily my cup of tea. I like it. I mean, it's quality, and Local Man is, and I will read more but money is definitely an option for me. It's not no option. So
this has what's really cool about this. I was flipping through it. They came out with Local Man 1 through 5, and then you had there was a Local Man Gold is put in here, and then after those two things, it goes back to issue 6, previous issue. So it's a chronological order. That's kind of cool. But like I said, I'm really loving this book. And thank you to Skip for showing me this book, because I never would have picked up a Team Silly book.
That's right. He was the one that recommended it, wasn't he?
Yeah. I recommend if anyone is interested in the book, I would definitely recommend trying it out. It is a worthy book.
Literally, there's a guy in here.
Continue to borrow Bankman's copy.
There's literally a guy in here who just randomly appears throughout the issue, says "fuck crosscheck," and then he leaves. That's all he is. And he turns out he's the Uber driver. The only guy in Lyft, for like Lyft or whatever ride, is the guy who hates crosscheck and says "fuck crosscheck," and we'll give him a ride.
Hey, I'm getting some weird lag. I'm gonna reboot my computer. I'll be right back.
All right.
Excuse me.
Now that he's gone, we can leave. But like I said, I really enjoyed this. I mean, this is it's a guy is basically kicked out of his out of the team. You don't know why, but he's no longer allowed to be a superhero. Goes back home to Wisconsin. Props for Wisconsin. But
that's why RDV likes it so much.
But
He's like, Wisconsin, represent.
You know why? Because there's no freaking cheese in here.
Hey, listen, you're preaching to the choir, because every time I see Louisiana, but there's no Mardi Gras mentioned, I'm like, sweet, somebody actually gave a damn and like made an effort.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Louisiana, but it has nothing to do with Mardi Gras.
Yeah, so
Mardi Gras is the worst time to come to Louisiana.
Yeah, I know.
The great thing about this,
I wanted to go just for like the vampire stuff and things like that.
Each issue, as you saw here, issue 7 here, it has a backup story that coincides with what's going on in the main story, and they continue that in the book. They collect the issues, so it's not like they just separated them. No, they're in order of reading. So like I said, it's always fun. Like I said, this guy is like if Jeremy Renner's Hawkeye was like was stuck and basically was not allowed to be a super anymore. But yet he, everybody hates him because he did something, but we don't know what it is. And, we're still not really sure. We know he did something, with another teammate, but we don't know if that's a real reason why he was kicked out. But because he signed a waiver thing or a legal binding thing, he can no longer call himself crosscheck. He's also not allowed to be a superhero of any kind. So. And it's just him just trying to fit back in. Like I said, it's basically the underdog, the loser underdog. Everybody hates you, but he's trying to do good. But
yeah,
and he's got the little dog with him all the time too. I love it. And I remember talking to Skip, this little dog here. It's like I'm thinking like there you see like you see the in the first issue you see him, you see the dog, and then you see something watching them, and you see the dog right there. I'm like, don't kill the dog, don't kill the dog, don't kill the dog. But and it almost looks like the dog gets killed, but the dog survives because it's so freaking short. It hid inside the cornfields. So.
I'm glad you told me that, because if the dog dies, I'm not buying the book.
Well, there's if it wasn't for Dog Dung, we wouldn't have one of the greatest action franchises in movie history.
Like I said,
that's true.
You're getting stray dogs, writer and artist. Tony Fleek's in there. He's helping in the story, and I think that's why it really balances up the story. That's why I really love it.
Stray Dogs was really phenomenal.
Hey, Super HDJ, what's up, man? Yeah, like I said, Local Man is. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Tim Seeley. I mean, Hack Slash towards the end just got horrible. When he decided to put into politically correct form, but I do recommend if people like want to check out Hack Slash, check out the first couple volumes. when it just was just about her just basically trying to survive and just killing monsters, and trying to have a normal life. But
Yeah, it'll be nice when we can go back to an era of writing where all the writers don't have to like virtue signal to all their pals that like, hey, I'm with you, I'm woke too. Look, it's in my comic. Do you see what I did?
Right.
Then they can just all, because it's kind of like they've always
cool.
been really lefty and stuff, but they also were just willing to write stories. And
Yeah.
then there was this era where they all had to like prove to one another.
Yeah.
Like, look,
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like I'll write the black lesbian girl. Like
we call
Yeah,
that,
they're trying to outwoke each other.
Ash, we call that middle school.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like these writers are stuck in middle school.
Speaking of virtue signal, have you heard any of the stuff about coming out of NYCC?
No.
New York.
It's like everybody. It's like everybody. Every creator there got COVID, and they're all trying to out virtue signal each other on tweet threads, saying, "I've been testing myself 5 times a day."
Oh my
And
lord!
the first 4 times was negative. Oh, I was so distraught. Like they want to bring this back so fucking bad. And it's like, well, we asked for it. We didn't mask. We didn't social distance. And
It's
this
like-
is what you get.
It's like going to Africa and being depressed. You didn't get Ebola.
Wait, don't
And also,
they have
yeah.
like 5?
that-
Didn't they get 5 boosters?
I think it's up to 6 now.
One of the person said it. I just got reboosted, and
Yeah, but
it's like,
Then
yeah,
why don't you
and
be glad that your booster worked, you fool?
I
That's
just
probably why someone took a big dump on the floor.
I'm just saying I feel bad for the people who are actually going to Comic-Con. You're over. It's overpriced. Not only that, you're getting robbed. Going to the
Dude.
hotel, come back to the hotel.
I don't know, man. If I was I would go just to see if I could get a commission from like Terry Dodson or Dan Moore or something. Like I would go for a
you can
commission.
get a
Mark my
commission just
words.
by mailing them.
Well,
That's
that's
You
true.
don't need
too.
to go
the
to a
next
con.
big one.
Yeah.
The next big convention that gets all the attention will require masks again. I bet
Is
you
that-
anything.
Well, it's also in
And
California.
probably proof of vaccination.
San Diego had theirs already, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, San Diego's in the summertime. Yeah.
Oh, I thought
New
it was-
Orleans used to have one in it would be like in early or mid January. It didn't get a ton of big. Actually, they had Art Adams one year, but I think that's the biggest
Oh, I
artist
think
that I
he's
remember
still
them
at his
having.
table trying to finish that sketch, isn't he?
He could be. They just left him there.
Hey, and speaking of cons, we have one coming up here in April. Guess who's coming up?
Y'all get cons in Alaska?
Yeah,
Convicts are on the run.
yes. That's I'm one of them because that's my whole.
Who are you
my whole-
getting? I'm kind of curious now.
This year we have so far they've only announced 3 of them so far. 3 people. One of them is a voice actor. The other one is Claudia Christian from Babylon 5, and then Jay.
From Jay and Silent Bob?
Yep,
No,
$15, little man.
Jay Lucian.
Jay Lucian. You think you're getting Jay and Silent Bob. You're getting Jay Lucian.
And he's got his
I
name.
would take
we've
Jay
had
Lucen
some
over.
we've had some big people up here, man. We had
I would take Jay Lucian.
Flash Gordon up here, the first one. We had Lois and Clark, Dean Cain. We've had
Oh, nice. Dean Cain's cool.
yeah, he was cooler than hell. We had the chick from The Crow. I think it was last year. We had last year it was Michael Bean, who was really cool. No, that was the year before.
Speaking of Flash Gordon, y'all heard at one of the good things that came out of NYC is that Jeremy Adams is going to be doing a Flash Gordon comic series. I think for Dynamite, maybe. I think it's Dynamite.
Now, which
that could
is
be
it going to be
alright.
from like the 50s type where it was, the futuristic stuff is.
I think so. They showed I think they showed a cover, and it was just kind of like a first look at what all the different characters are going to like. I mean, it looked like what I remember from the television show.
Buck, as in Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers?
Oh no, Flash Gordon, not Buck Rogers. Flash Gordon. Why did I get those two confused?
I don't remember ever seeing a Flash Gordon TV show. But
Yeah, that was a way.
Yeah. I was thinking Buck Rogers. I
Well, no,
wasn't
there
thinking of Flash
There
Gordon.
was 2 actually. There was a reboot.
Flash Gordon.
Yeah, in the
I'm sure there
2000s.
was. I
It
just
was on,
never
it was on
watched it.
Sci-Fi. It went for 1 season.
Okay, I Buck Rogers. Everyone was an Aaron Gray fan. Me, I was a Princess Ardala fan.
But if they do a
they're,
reboot,
they're both. Why not? Here's that meme. Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah.
so
Have a sandwich? Yes, I will.
Here's my thoughts. Get the guy from Reacher. Get Alan Hutchinson to play the football player in Flash Gordon. You know,
He's too big. Flash is supposed to be a quarterback, not a freaking linebacker.
Yeah, linebackers are like the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. And
But
Sam
yeah,
Jones, that he's tall. He's like 6'2", something like that. He was really nice guy, though.
Yeah, Jeremy Adams, though. I mean, I said on Twitter, I was like, I'm sensing a theme here. He only writes characters with Flash in the name and Green Lantern.
He only writes characters with daughters. Hal's gonna have. It's gonna find out that Hal's gonna have a daughter. Guaranteed.
Nah, Hal's not gonna have a daughter.
I'm drawing a blank. What's the actor that played Thor?
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth could possibly be a Flash.
He could, but I think he's too. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna do any more acting now that he's.
He's the same height though.
Jet Li said the same thing, and then he went on for a decade to do more.
Okay. Although I do want him to make what's that movie he did on Netflix? Extraction. I do want him to do a third Extraction movie.
They are doing a third one.
Another Extraction.
Oh, did they already film it?
You wanted to film it? No, they said they were going to do it. They were going to do a third one coming up.
Oh, okay. They better.
Yeah, but this one's going to be set in a dentist's office.
It'll be the best movie in a dentist office ever.
Since Marathon Man.
Yeah, but it'll be in a third. It'll be in a third world country though.
I know I'm going to get some flack for this.
Oh no!
But I'm a big fan of the 1980 Flash Gordon film.
Mm-hmm.
I love it for its visual style and camp.
Yeah, I mean that's why.
I really no, that's not the part I'm gonna get flack for. Everyone likes Flash Gordon. I really would like to see a Taika Waititi do a Flash Gordon in that style.
There you go.
I think
yes, you're getting some flack right now.
You know what? After seeing Taika Waititi's movies and like understanding what he brings, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. A Taika Waititi Flash movie.
I think it would be awesome.
I don't think that would be the worst thing.
A Ryan Reynolds Flash.
No. I love Ryan Reynolds, but he needs to find where to draw the line. He's got Red Notice, he's got Free Guy, he's got Deadpool. He doesn't need anything else.
Deadpool's gonna be the last one I heard. I don't think he's gonna be doing any more with Disney.
You think after Deadpool 3 he's not doing Deadpool anymore? I don't know, man. I think Disney writes him a big enough check. I think he's.
We'll see how Deadpool 3 does. I mean, if there's too much Disney interference, we'll see.
I think if there was going to be too much interference, I don't think he would be doing Deadpool 3 to begin with. If there was going to be that much interference.
And it feels like this would be a send up having Hugh Jackman come in.
Maybe.
There's lots of cool things you could do with Deadpool in the MCU, like where he like sort of exists in the MCU, but not really, and have him like mess with all the different characters and do.
Can you imagine?
But Disney doesn't have the creative will to do that.
Yeah.
Deadpool 3, he makes fun of the She-Hulk TV series.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they did like MCU Max. Like, you know how Marvel used to have the Max line where it was like more edgy and you could curse and do stuff. If Disney had balls and they tried to do MCU Max, that's where Deadpool
what they
would
could
go.
do with Deadpool is have him what they do with Spider-Boy, and that Deadpool's been in the MCU the whole time. We just don't remember.
Well, that wouldn't work because there was a blip for 5 years. If you're talking about that.
Yeah, but he survived the blip.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know. It's
I don't know. It was a stupid idea on my part anyway. I was trying to be funny.
It's okay. I'm just a sec.
It's okay. Hey, listen, that's what I do all the time. I have stupid ideas and try to be funny. Story of my biography.
Right. I don't know. As far as with the Marvel movies, I don't have any hope for anything.
Really. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm not really looking forward to anything.
There's nothing.
You say that.
I do say that.
But hold on. Let me just throw a little bit of kickback on this.
Okay.
The last Spider-Man is the best of the Disney Spider-Mans.
This is true.
By far. And the last Doctor Strange was better than the previous Doctor Strange.
That's debatable.
It was.
In my opinion.
I'm
In
not
my
saying that
opinion.
First Doctor Strange was bad.
I mean,
All I'm saying is that they do still have the ability. Like they aren't totally
Yeah.
lost.
no.
No,
They
you're
can
right.
turn the ship around.
You're right. Last Guardians, I think, is the best of the Guardians
Last
movies.
Guardians was good. Yeah. There you go.
So I can see your point there. And when I say I'm not looking for, it's like, remember when we were in like phase 1 and phase 2 and everybody was like all jazzed and we were like, everything's connected and it's gonna be all. See, I'm not at that point anymore. I'm not at the point where I'm like,
you're right.
because the Marvels is the next one and I'm just like, someone's trying to talk me into going to see it with them and I'm like, are you gonna pay?
My point is that I'm looking to see who's left as far as characters left that have all open. And
Venkman will appreciate this. Zach, is it a guy or a girl asking you to go to the Marvels?
Oh, shut up, Breen. It's a girl.
Okay, all right. Tell her. Not your sister, right?
No, not my sister. It's the girl I'm talking to.
Okay, tell her you'll go if you can reenact the movie scene from Diner.
Oh. I don't think he knows that what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't understand this reference. I'm sure it's something I wouldn't get away with asking for.
I'll just say popcorn.
Wait, what?
Popcorn, sharing popcorn, no hands, her hands.
And, popcorn is in. She has to reach in, and there's a little bit more than
popcorn. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely not doing that.
So for people who don't know, the scene in Diner, he bet his friends, he can get her, touch
Carol Heathrow.
Yeah, it's just and he cuts a hole and sticks his dick into the popcorn. It's in there, and then she's all grossed out. She goes in, and he's like, "What?" He's like, "Well, I can help it, baby. You make me so horny all the time." And she buys it because she's
the excuse he gives. It's Mickey Rourke's character. I forgot his name in Diner.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It is,
oh my goodness.
It is
just say, if you'll be my Carol Heathrow, I'll go.
Well, the thing is, the movie isn't gonna be long enough to get anything. Like I read it's supposed to be like this really short. I think it's barely 90 minutes. Like it's a really short filming.
Don't worry, Zach. Will be the 1 minute war with you.
Oh, shut! What? Oh God. Just when I think, it's okay. The racist jokes are as far as they'll go. You go for another one.
You were trying to sell yourself as the 88-minute man.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll take some credit for that, but
yeah, 88 times.
Good Lord.
No, I just want to be Tim Daly. I see someone is run up and just punch him and walk away.
We should do that to people you've done live streams with.
Oh man, if I see an NRA hat show up,
you look like you could be Ash. Boom!
Honestly,
I was wondering which one you meant. It was either that or the popcorn thing.
If anyone in an NRA hat ever approaches me in a movie theater,
well, that's okay though, because I have other hats and I can always just go up. I'll just be clean shaved, no glasses, and no hat.
Yeah, that will throw me off.
And I'll wear a polo. I'll give even further undercover. I'll wear a polo shirt like you do. You won't even recognize me with khakis and a polo shirt.
Why don't you wear his Katharine Hepburn hat? Really
it's a straw. It's not a Katharine Hepburn hat. It's a straw hat. I'm gonna get my Seinfeld voice.
Wait. Do you have a Luffy straw hat?
I do.
But
I knew it.
Absolutely do.
I knew it.
But it looks more like he just got back with Saigon.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But the rice patty hat. That's what I meant.
It's a straw hat. I got it. It was at Lowe's. It was like during the summertime. They were selling straw hats.
Those are for women in the gardening section, right?
Guys wear them too.
Well,
they're unisex. One other than you.
They're unisex.
He bought the hat and boarded the African Queen.
That is a good movie, though. African Queen is a good movie.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know, Zach. You were great in it.
Zach,
the way you and Humphrey Bogart played against each other.
Zach.
It was the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Zach,
different movie.
I agree with you. Guys do wear those hats, but those guys are also wearing the summer dress while they're wearing the hats.
You're all a bunch of One Piece. You love to talk about One Piece when it's on Netflix, but I've been around for the beginning.
Lord Raiden hats.
I,
Or
I,
Raiden.
I would
Yeah, that's
like
right.
to-
Raiden wears
I would
one.
like to be removed from that. I don't like to talk about One Piece either way.
Oh, like, did you not finish the show?
No, I did.
Oh, you just didn't care for it?
It was
All
It was
right.
all right.
it was
Ra-
it was
Rager's-
nothing to cry about. Like
Rager's telling me to kick you. It's
Wait, who?
preemptive.
Who are we kicking?
Ash.
Oh, I thought he was kicking me. I thought Rhaegar was
No,
trying to kick me.
no. You like One Piece.
Don't kick Ash. I like Ash.
Well,
Ash is
I
nice.
I think what Ash is trying to say, if I may quote him, of all the shows I've watched, One Piece was one of them.
Look,
At
it's not bad enough to like waste my energy trashing it. There's plenty of shows that are bad to like mock,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's neither a show that I particularly want to like
It's not
praise and be like,
So-
woo.
So here you go. I'm gonna say this. LK liked it.
okay.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
okay.
That's
That is
crazy
that
to
is
me.
bananas. Now we know that LK and Ash are not the same person. As we
Actually, you know
theorized.
what? Actually, it's not crazy to me. I'm sorry, because LK does have very questionable tastes. He just has super like anti woke taste. Anything that has a hint of wokeness, he will like. No matter how good it is, he'll trash it. So
That's
he
true.
likes things that are really bad, but if it's like not woke, he'll be like.
Yep.
So one thing I will credit One Piece for is it's not woke. In fact, it has some scenes in the movie where, or not in the movie, sorry, the show, where I'm like, wow, did they really say that in 2023? Like there's a whole part where the girl is talking about to the boy, like, you're bigger, you're strong. I'll never be as big as you or strong as you because you're a man. Like I was like, what? What is this? I was flabbergasted. I was like, I can't believe you got away with this. So
Yeah.
I think
well,
LK would probably watched it and he was like jumping through his pants, like. when he saw that.
well, I mean, it helps when you actually have the actual guy who created the thing. And
Yeah.
he come and tell them to redo stuff because hey, this is not incorrect. Let's do this.
Mhm.
And not only that, he because he liked, what was it? Shaolin Soccer is what convinced him to do
Yeah.
this. It's a live
Mhm.
action.
Shaolin
And I do
Soccer, man,
love-
what a movie.
Shaolin Soccer and Kung Fu Hustle even more.
Kung Fu Hustle is pretty good.
I wish One Piece was that. Like I appreciate it. I saw that interview and I was like, I like that you're trying for that and that you're inspired by that,
Yeah.
but you didn't pull it off. But I will watch season 2. Maybe the show gets better. There's shows that, like Star Trek Next Generation, I'll use as an example. It's one of my all-time favorite shows. The first season of that was rough. Like not
The
good.
first
Like,
two
it was
seasons
like
were
I have to ask.
yeah,
Ash,
the second season was also rough, not as rough as the first, but by season 3, it started rolling and became really good. So
Rager-
One Piece has all the potential to be something good. Like the characters and the story, like there were some good ideas there that I was like, oh, okay, if you can execute this better, I'll be on board.
Yeah.
I have
That's
to
why.
ask Ash, if season 2 turns out to be all that, will you jump through your pants?
No.
I'm too old to jump through my pants.
Well,
Will
you know,
you jump through
LK is the
LK's
same
pants?
age as you, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't. He's virile. He's
So,
got
Ra-
that.
Rager, I can agree with this. Rager,
In what world?
I don't know.
I know, but
Sounded good.
Rhaegar says once you learn the glow of the look, it's hard to turn off your skepticism. And everything they touch, you kind of see it everywhere, which admit is a gift and a curse. Which honestly, it is true.
That's
Once
true. It's
you
like, what is
yeah.
it? Chasing Ghosts is what Englanton calls it? Or
Well,
looking
that's
for
what,
ghosts?
that's what me and Marani called it. Chasing
You and
ghosts.
Marania called it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. And that's something that I was even doing. Like, even if because I watch interviews of, like with One Piece, for example. And so it's like, okay, they say they're not going to be changing stuff. But when I was watching it the first time, I was even like, kind of, just skeptical, being cautious.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I do that with everything now, though. And because
I
I always expect one or two little lines in there. And I'm at the point now where I'm just like so beaten down that if it just has one or two little lines, I'll be like, oh, okay, it's not that bad.
Speaking of which, if you want to see Zach's and my reaction to One Piece, check out that little last we did.
That's true. You can't do that.
I had no idea about any about the One Piece lore and stuff. I'm like, Zach, you could talk for 90% of the time, and I'll just say, or
There are still I see channels that are still doing episode reviews. I'm like, guys, this show came out like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Yeah, but they might be going back and watching it, and
It's like individual episode reviews, not like the full season.
No, but the reason I had you on because you actually know the anime too
and the manga.
And the manga, so
Yeah.
you're getting that perspective of where I'm just coming into it as a new person. I don't know anything about this whatsoever. All I know is that the art sucks on the anime. And I didn't watch
It gets better. It gets better. It starts out with that early '90s or late '90s anime look,
Dude,
and then as it goes on, it
it's
progresses.
over a 20-year-old show.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's very old.
No,
I was like, whoa! When I think it debuted in like what was it 2000, 2001?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. The manga
like,
started in like
dang.
97 or 98.
So on top of that, I was okay. I want to have that comparison going in because I like that's what I like watching is someone who's never watched it before, and then having someone who basically is either a fan or at least knows about the stuff.
You like the buddy cop formula where there's the old timer and then the rookie.
Well, yeah.
Buddy cop. It's the RIPD formula.
Well, that's kind of what we do on Extreme Movie Show. Rob is the old curmudgeon. I'm the guy who dislikes things, and then you got, then you get Pixel. He's the zoomer who doesn't understand it or hates it, because the acting's that bad.
Dude, Rob is a curmudgeon.
He kind of. I don't know. We give LK a hard time. I think Rob might actually be more of a curmudgeon than LK.
Rob's starting to. I think we're just wearing him down now.
It's funny because he does that show, and I'm like, why are you even doing this show? You seem to hate everything. Like, I don't get it.
But lately, no,
most people do shows about stuff they love.
Yeah, we just reviewed Told to Killer. I went into that thinking, this is gonna be stupid, and it's basically a girl who's been raised in the woke society. She's offended by everything, gets sent back to the past 1987, and no one gives it. She tries to oh, I'm offended of this, or let's go support her girlfriend. They're like, fuck you, bitch. And this, I love it how it's so 80s. No one, they're playing dodgeball, and she gets hit in the face, and she's like,
I'm starting to watch that show.
The movie is just, it's just, if they're trying to say that the 80s were problematic, they make the 80s look even better.
80s
what show is this?
Totally Killer, when it's Kira Shipman from Chili.
Well, I'll say the 80s was the last great decade.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Hey,
I remember really liking the 90s.
I got to get to bed. Well, but the 90s gave birth to political correctness.
That's true.
So it's just kind of been a steady decline since then. But the 80s were just fun because there's also you could actually get away from people because everybody didn't have cell phones. Anyway, guys,
true.
Good talking to you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, Eric.
Yeah.
Good night, Breen.
Read some indie comics for me.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, Pa.
I'm probably gonna end
Night, John Boy.
We're pushing an auction level here at like time, so I'm probably gonna end it real soon. Ash, we'll have you have more on the channel. You're welcome to read with us tomorrow if it's your off. But
yeah, I'm gonna see what I'm doing. What are you guys reading?
Tomorrow night, I believe. Let me look at the channel quickly because I scheduled these like 3 days ahead, so I don't have to do it last minute. But tomorrow night is going to be at Born Again Part 2 at 7:15, which would be probably a little too early for you. That's 7:15% or 7:15 Central. And then it's Daredevil 228, and then after that it is going to be the Amazing Spider-Man at number 113. That's going to be around
one of the greatest comics ever.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Born Again?
Oh, Born Again. I thought you were talking about Spider-Man. Oh, okay.
No, Born Again.
No, I know Born Again is Frank Miller Daredevil, so I know you're already on board.
Well, the reason I like that
it's the pinnacle of his Daredevil, though, too.
Yeah. But not only that, I don't know why. It's like the Mandela effect. I was like, did Frank Miller drew this? No, it was the guy who drew
Dave Mazzucchelli.
Yeah. And wow, his art is just amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured with Daredevil, with the show talking about that, I figured why not? It's trending. People are,
Yeah, people are interested in Daredevil.
Let's butcher it.
I'm still hoping that they bring Karen Page and Foggy Nelson back, because having Daredevil without those two characters just seems like a big mistake to me.
But they also need to have him do a walk of shame with the She-Hulk again.
God, don't remind me, Geeky. Two of my favorite characters, She-Hulk and Daredevil, were both ruined by that. No, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna walk that back. I'm gonna be over dramatic about it. The characters themselves were not ruined, but it's more something She-Hulk would have done, and even the Dan Slott run of She-Hulk, like that was a thing that she would have done. Is the walk of shame thing. That's not something. Daredevil is not a comedic character that you would find in a situation like that.
Speaking of Dan Slott, I got that in the mail today, so I need to start reading that here soon.
Oh, you got the Dan Slott She-Hulk collection?
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, right on, dude. That's cool.
The only omnibus of She-Hulk I don't have now is the Burn. So I need to work on that at some point.
The Burn is the one I would go for. The Burn, personally. Yeah. The Burn run is great.
So
that you're saving the best for last is what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Yes.
But I actually did look. If my shop had the Adam Hughes or the Care Andrews variants for the new Sensational She-Hulk, I would have bought it, and I would have done it shamelessly.
Once you get the John Byrne run, you're gonna hear that song by Tina Turner. It's simply the best, better than all.
I've read some of it. It's
the best around.
Yeah. Simply the best.
Byrne is
all the rest. Sorry.
Byrne is one of the people that he's on my list of. If I see something, I'm like, there's like 2 or 3 people that I will automatically just pick up. Like Dan Schaefer's one. Who's the Brubaker's another.
Brubaker, yeah.
Oh, Brubaker.
Huh?
I said, Brubaker.
And then Byrne is one I'll at least pick it up and look at the stuff and see if it's good, because I love Byrne.
Byrne's Avengers stuff is great. His Fantastic Four is some of my favorite Fantastic Four.
Yes. His Hulk is my favorite Hulk, except for the Immortal.
Still haven't read this yet. But I heard mixed reactions.
The Hickman one, yeah. Oh, not Hickman, Brubaker.
Hickman.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know why I said Hickman.
Well, the reason it's still sealed, never opened up. I was hesitant to open up and read it because our big Brubaker fan, Eric, didn't care for this. So
I'm actually reading the Death of Captain America omnibus right now.
Ooh, nice, Brubaker.
Yes,
that's. I think that it is the best Captain America run.
And I do not like Captain America, but Brubaker is awesome. So, and I liked his Daredevil, and I'm not a massive Daredevil fan either. So I loved that.
His Daredevil was good. I think that's the one where they introduced Lady Bullseye. I think. I could be wrong. I might be thinking of somebody else, but I think that's the right one.
Well, it's not in the first one. If there's a second Brubaker one, it might be in that one.
Oh, okay. I don't know which one I'm thinking of. I'll have to go back and check. I'm not a super Daredevil, I know everything about the character fan, but I'm only that way with a handful of characters.
There's not much to know. You just read Miller's run and then pretend everything else doesn't exist.
And I've got that too. I've got the Miller one.
Definitely feeling that way with how Zdarsky's run turned out. I liked Zdarsky stuff for a while until
it started out great, man.
It started out great, and then it got up to Devil's Reign.
Reign is where it went off a cliff.
I like Devil's Reign, but then picking up right after that when they relaunched with that last #1, that's where it started to lose me.
Zdarsky made me quit Batman.
Yeah.
Tom King didn't make you quit Batman?
That's pretty much me, because I couldn't get into Tom King's. I went like 3 or 4 issues, and I was just so bored to tears. Then I tried again when Tynion jumped on, or Tynan, whatever you want to call it. You're both ways now. But I actually liked it, so I stick with that until Miracle Molly, and I said I'm done.
Yeah.
But then Rachel Williamson came on. Read those 4 or 5 issues where he's in China, whatever, with Batman Inc. And I should have seen this. I should have seen the signs right there. Batman Inc. Grant Morrison. Zdarsky comes on, continues the Grant Morrison love. Who's the next writer going to take over? Is it going to be more Grant Morrison crap, or is it Grant Morrison himself coming back to spurge more Grant Morrison nonsense? But Yeah, I mean, I thank you for Damian, Grant Morrison, but that's all we need from you. Nothing else.
Unless he wanted to try, if he wants to look, if Morrison wants to do another JLA, if he wants to take another turn at that, I say go for it. But
I'm not a fan of the Morrison Batman. Was not a fan.
Morrison is really hit or miss, man. There's some times where you're like, oh yeah, this is some great stuff, and then you read something else, and you're like, who the hell is this guy? He's one of the most like off and on writers I can think of in the industry. You know, where some like guys like back, yeah, sometimes you can get something really great, and then sometimes you'll just get utter garbage that you're just painful to read.
yeah. Which, I mean, Zdarsky, I mean, he had some good stuff. Like, I liked his, he did a little Justice League story, a little miniseries that was pretty good, pretty fun. But then he's also done, like, he did a Star-Lord series back in the day, like 2015, somewhere around there, and that was just kind of painful.
And I gotta agree with Ronnie. You're saying there's not a Wakashando a strut. Dude was happy he had sex, but if it had been, I would have liked it more if it had been like see.
But like that's not a Daredevil thing that he does though, and because Daredevil gets with some ladies, but you never see him doing a strut after it.
So it makes sense for a She-Hulk book to be doing
yes.
She-Hulk do the comedy thing.
Yes, She-Hulk would do that, but not Matt Murdock.
No, but I'm saying in a She-Hulk book, you would see that people out of character.
Maybe.
Because She-Hulk's all about breaking the fourth wall, all that stuff, you know.
Well, yeah, She-Hulk breaks the fourth wall. Matt doesn't.
No, but I'm saying is if it's just She-Hulk center, you know, you're gonna see something. So it's like Deadpool book. You're gonna see characters normally who are serious, you know, written either uber anal, like well, he has Captain America. Captain America is just like a total prick to Daredevil, or not Daredevil, but to Deadpool, you know. But like I said, I almost wonder if it had been a much better show and it would have been as woke as it was and as far as bad writing. I wonder if people would have actually waited up to say, you know what, it was kind of funny and laughed it off. But so many people didn't like it because how horrible it was, how pandering it was to basically making fun of the people who should be the one who they want to attract the watcher shows.
Yeah,
but I don't know. It's like they tried to go for the Exterminators comedy, which you and I Skip liked. You know, we all like that.
Exterminators was fun,
but they went like way overboard, and to the point where there was no plot.
Would you say that they pulled a Tim Sheridan? Trying to market to people, but not completely missing the people that you should be marketing to.
It's like a Megan Fitzmartin at this point.
Ooh.
Yeah, but anyway, that's it is what it is. Can't change the past. We learn from our mistakes. For those I reviewed it with Pixel is because of the fact it was content.
It is content. That's true.
We went through Batgirl or Batwoman, and
yeah, y'all did do that. Y'all are crazy.
Everyone who complains about these shows probably never watched Jessica Jones season 3, which is worse than all of them combined.
Yes,
Jessica
but also
Jones
I did get to meet the blonde chick from the Batwoman TV show up here. The English one who took over for Ruby Red or whatever her name is.
Ruby Rose.
Oh, Ruby Rose.
There was no blonde. You mean blonde?
The blonde that became.
Oh, you're talking about Wallace Day.
Yeah, met her
towards the last end. Basically, because they can't work on Big Ruby Rose because Ruby Rose had cut ties with
Yeah, she's super sexy. Got an autograph picture with her.
Yeah, she's who she is before this. With Birds of Prey, she was Diana.
Yeah, and she was also in Krypton.
Krypton, yes, yeah. But it blew my mind when I was like, wait, she was on the back, the original Birds of Prey, the WB. I was like, wow. She was way younger than back then. But like I said, even in this show, for how bad it was, in the turd, she was the diamond that was covered in shit. She was still a diamond, but she was covered in shit.
Speaking of shit, that whole Gotham Knights show.
Oh, I couldn't get Pixel to do that. He's like, I sat through all the other shows. I'm done. Done.
He hit his limit.
I hate watch that show so bad. Yeah, it was awful.
I like I said, these shows on the we're reviewing. I mean, we're waiting for everything to come back, obviously, because Superman Lois is on break. But CW Flash, a Batwoman. What was the other one? Winchester's got views because people just were tuning in. People like Rhaegar who don't watch the show want to tune in and see what we thought of the show. You know, they're just curious. It's like the curiosity in the back of your mind, like, how bad is it this week? You know, I gotta look. You know, it's like it's like you see an someone got a car accident. You kind of want to stop and look to see. Okay, can I see anything? Even though you really don't want to. You know, but yeah.
Nah, I got to the point. Actually, that's what got me started with budgeting my comic list. I was like, you know what? If I only have time to watch good shows, I should only have money to buy good comics with. So that's where my whole budgeting and cutting things out came from.
I'm gonna start being like Joe. He's the one that we all know, Swickler. Just start going trades and omnis.
Well, I don't know his last name, but his name's
Geek Show.
Yeah. I'm just saying, don't say his last name. You're doxing him.
Last name Geek Show, first name Joe.
Yeah, for all the people that are going to travel to Japan,
yeah, right.
Find him.
Japan is like
on a military base too.
I think so. Japan, they're hardcore with like YouTube trolls and stuff.
Are you kidding me? I'll hire Chester and Busby. He's already over there.
Hey, I like Japan.
He has time.
It was fun living there.
I would visit there. I'd like to visit there one day.
It was fun living there. I was there for about 2.5 years.
Oh wow!
If you're in your 20s and single, it's probably a fun place.
The way America's going, I would prefer to live over there probably.
Yeah, you should hear something like, oh, never mind. I don't want to.
I actually heard that New Zealand just flipped and they just decided to swing like massively on the political pendulum. They decided to go more right.
Yeah,
I will wait.
We'll see. We'll see.
I believe it.
Now we just need Australia.
Their prime minister was one of the most.
Yeah, she
like,
was. I know during
fascist
during
wanted
COVID,
to lock everyone up.
Yeah.
I gotta say though. Go ahead. I was just gonna say I was making a dumb joke about things. When I was younger, I always wanted to be the kid from Tokyo Drift, get sent to live with his dad in Japan. You know, just what's that?
I just can't wait for it to happen.
Then run with the Yakuza.
Yeah.
I just can't wait for Australia to go so it'll shut Tom Taylor up because he's talking about how great it was over there. It's like,
good Lord,
you can't get anyone over there, man. It's not like people can just walk across the border there. It's hard for people to get there.
Let me just tell you this: don't move to a country where you're not allowed to have guns.
No.
Yeah, for real.
No, I wouldn't, trust me.
That would probably be my one lack of selling point to Japan.
Yeah,
because you can't have guns there either. But like Sweden and Australia and New Zealand, like that's they're hardcore and they're gonna lock everyone up and the people can't do anything. Canada, same way. They took all the gun rights. Like move to Switzerland, move to Poland. Poland is where I would probably go actually if I had to.
Poland, Norway, that whole corner of the world, they seem to be pretty sane. I think it was it Poland that decided to go like mask free, like right in the middle of everything in 2020. And they had like super low casualties, like that you weren't seeing hardly any casualties or anything.
Yep.
You know,
and they're also their president like came out and said he was being interviewed and they were like asking him about like the immigration, which is going crazy right now in Europe, all the illegal immigration.
Yeah. We're not taking anybody.
You guys aren't letting refugees in your country and everything. He's like, nope, not one. Like we're not letting one single Arab person illegally immigrate to our country. He's like, our border, we have a process you can apply, but we will not take one illegal immigrant.
I saw a video where the guys in the card carrier above, he went in a suitcase, and it was tied. Someone tied him in there, strapped him in there, and these people they called the police. They pulled over. Cop came over, opened up the carrier, get on top of the van. The carrier thing. Look at thing, open up. He's like, dude, come out. I was like, how did he get in? I'm like, first of all, my luck, if that was, I'd be like, sir, you're smuggling, human trafficking. I'd be the one to get arrested. But I looked alone. And Joseph, between 2021 and 2022, there was over almost 2,000 gun crimes over in London alone. So don't tell me because they got a lot of guns.
Well, I mean, they're not allowed to, but that doesn't stop criminals. It's the same thing with Chicago. I mean, Chicago is the most.
Criminals don't pay attention to laws.
Yeah.
But, well, that's the thing. People forget though. Like our country, the reason we have guns, because it was freaking England, and we wanted the way to defend ourselves because the 13 colonies were originally under the oppression of King George.
So
and so they moved here for it was for self-defense. But then King George said, you know what? I own this place over too, and they said no more. We're done with this crap. We want freedom of religion. We want freedom of speech. We want all this stuff. And the reason they kept their guns in case they ever have to defend themselves against a corrupt government.
So
the founding fathers thought it would take about 20 years before the government went corrupt. They would have to fight another war.
Yeah.
Anybody else notice that the
I was getting. Wait, what's that?
I have a problem with the DC books. I kind of feel like the ink's kind of like getting rid of smudge.
I didn't notice that. I mean, I always feel self-conscious about it because my hands will sweat.
Sure. Like I feel a little bit here too. And
I always kind of worry about that. I don't think I've ever experienced that with DC. I've had it happen with Marvel books. Though.
I mean, I have oily hands, but I also wash my hands before I touch any comic books.
And also, Zach, you also because you're experimenting and stuff, so that's probably.
Boo! No, I did eat some pizza. I did pull a Doug Ernst. I did eat some pizza while reading one.
Zach doesn't experiment anymore. He's out of college.
As long as it wasn't Little Caesars pizza.
No, it was gas station pizza.
Ooh.
Nice. 7-Eleven?
No, we don't have 7-Elevens in Louisiana.
We don't have them here either.
This what's the name? I think it's like Hunter Brothers Pizza.
Well,
I think
I have gas station pizza all the time. Little Caesars at the gas station.
Hey,
this wasn't Little Caesars.
Better. Gas station pizza is probably better than gas station sushi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've never eaten sushi, but
I think everything is better than gas station sushi.
I think everything's better than sushi in general.
No, dude, no. There's
some
there is some really good sushi out there.
Yeah, sure is. It's so great that I will not pick it up because it's gross.
Well, hey, more for me. That's all I have to say to that.
Just let me know when you get that poisonous fish by accident.
Nah, man. I will. They have whole restaurants in Japan and Singapore where they will have like little conveyor belts that run by your table, and you just take the sushi on the plates right off the conveyor belts.
Wow, Singapore, that was a beautiful country.
It really is, dude. They keep that like there is no littering in Singapore. You don't drop a cup. They don't sell chewing gum in the country. There is nowhere you can go to buy chewing gum because they figure, and I guess they're right, that if you buy chewing gum, it's going to end up getting stuck under like park benches and whatever.
Yep.
They're really, really strict.
Beautiful country.
Oh, yeah.
They do not fuck around over there.
It's a beautiful country. You don't have any rights or freedoms, but hey, you can look out the window and it looks pretty.
Hey, you can go outside at 2:00 in the morning and walk to a 7-Eleven. They have 7-Elevens there, and you cannot get mugged or killed.
I just want to go
and you can't buy gum.
Outside of Chicago, and you're trying to go to a subway at 2:30 in the morning.
You can't get a monkey beating stick though.
Zach, though, you would love in Japan though. You can just go to like 2:00 in the morning, just walk outside, walk to the vending machine, get your coffee.
Dude, that's what I did in Singapore.
Yeah.
When I was there on a missions internship,
Why did
I'd
you
be
not
up
buy me a monkey beating stick?
I didn't know you at the time.
I did not know these things existed. Now
it's like a 1.5 foot, or it's like almost they can be as big as a yard long, and they use them in India to hit the monkeys, to keep the monkeys away.
Zach, don't go anymore. Don't go any further.
What? People get attacked by because monkeys are really bold and brazen in India, and so they buy they're like these little baseball bats, and people buy them to hit the monkeys.
Zach's like, I do this at home with a baseball bat when they try to break in.
Okay, now whenever you start talking about getting attacked by baseball bats, that reminds me of that whole.
Ashley knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm sure there's a bunch of jokes about monkeys and beating and stick. I'm sure there's
my
so
goodness.
many jokes.
No, don't use it that way. That's not the way I'm talking about. Don't hit them like that. Don't use it like that.
Y'all
Kiki
need
Puppet Show is
Jesus.
canceled.
Y'all need Jesus so hard.
I'm surprised nobody thought of it. It's the first thing I thought of when I saw it. I was like, Zach, what are you doing? No, not a chance.
Now, Zach, what do you mean by we need Jesus so hard? What do you
No, don't even. Oh God, dog it, Kiki.
Boo, no.
See, I'm Catholic. I can make that joke.
No.
Right,
which means you need Jesus.
You need to go to confessional, sir.
Jesus took the wheel.
Oh, trust me, my brother keeps telling me that. My brother's a priest. Keeps telling me I need to go to confession.
But how did we even get here?
There's only one mediator between man and God, and that's Jesus, not the priest in the box.
With Jack in the Box?
Jack in the Box. Oh God.
You're gonna make
it is Jack in the Box. Remember when Jack in the Box used to be open 24 hours and you could go get cheeseburger? There's nothing 24 hours in Louisiana anymore.
There's no Jack in the Box where I live.
Maybe the Denny's in New Orleans is.
Yeah, there's no Jack in the Boxes up here.
The closest we do. The closest we got to anything from California is Hardee's, which is basically the Carl's Jr.
Yeah, Hardee's and Carl's Jr. Yeah.
Yeah, we have that. That's what ours is, Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, who's Carl?
Carl Winslow, obviously.
No, Carl. He's he's the guy on he kills zombies. In
the little Walking Dead kid.
Carl.
Yeah.
Carl.
Oh,
I actually met him too. I've got a picture of me with him.
I just finished. I real quickly. I just finished the Chuck. Chuck Dixon. No, the Daryl Dixon show.
Oh, how was that?
I actually liked it. I got towards the end. Actually, it's really fun.
Okay.
And they're kind of doing just originally these were only going to be like one seasons.
Yeah.
Done. You know.
I heard that they're going to get Carol.
Now.
I heard they're getting Carol for the next one. Carol will show up.
Carol is going to be in the second one. Which I'm like, but I'm like, I like the fact you get more. The zombies are a threat. It's not the people. The zombies are more of a threat now. These are new zombies. We saw at the end of the series. Spoiler if you haven't watched it or whatever. But the zombies were actually learning how to climb stairs, open doors, stuff.
They're velociraptors now.
In the kitchen.
The zombies are the new velociraptors.
No, but like I said, in this one, the zombies have acid blood. You can't even touch them without burning yourself. And then, so say you have a knife. Your knife, you put it in there. You gotta be careful because you can splash yourself with the blood and stuff. You can, or your knife starts to melt.
They're the new xenomorphs.
Like I said, I like this. And then there was also a zombie on the ship that Daryl was on, which took him to France. The zombie was an acid zombie, and like I said, not Grateful Dead, but
yeah, I was just gonna make that joke.
I know you were going to. that's a geek easy joke. But yeah, like I said, he had come across one of those. Honestly, I love it. And you basically, the biggest complaint was for Walking Dead. It became all about people. It wasn't about the Walking Dead. I guess you could say that Rick said that we all are the Walking Dead because they're gonna die soon anyway. But like I said, oh man, going through reading the Walking Dead Deluxe, just going through reading it. Ash, have you read this series yet?
No.
Did you? You should pull it out.
I need to. I'm just so behind on comics. It's on the list.
I've got all 4 of the compendiums out here. I haven't cracked them yet.
Jeez.
So, as I pointed out with this one, this issue, there's a new comic book in the back of it. A new little one.
There's a new comic?
Little short here in the back. They're putting in here.
Ooh.
I started noticing that they're starting. This is the first one, but it's a little 2-page thing, little comic.
Nice.
So we were talking about that.
They should have been doing all along,
right? But issue 75. With Gabriel and Abraham's in here too, and it's they're at Alexandria. They're getting close to the Negan War. But, man, like I said, we talk about Kirkman. We're talking about Firepower is ending and stuff. If you haven't checked out Walking Dead, go read Walking Dead. Even if you hate the show, who cares? The book's different. It's better than the show.
That's true. People live in the comics that died in the show, and vice versa.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wound up marrying some chick that died in the show.
I was about to say, he married Andrea in the book, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Spoilers, guys.
What? It's an old book.
He just said he hasn't
That's
read
not
it.
how spoilers work. It's not like it's not a spoiler or is a spoiler depending on age. It's a spoiler because people haven't read it.
I'm sorry.
Including the person who just was being criticized for not reading it.
I'm sorry.
A minute ago.
I apologize. You'll probably forget about it when you start reading
Zach,
it.
I'm going to tell you what happens in Big Game, the next issue.
You don't have it yet.
The heroes win.
Well, I would hope so. Although, if Mark Millar, knowing him, he probably would put some twists like Nemesis shows up and kills what's her name from the Magic Order.
My prediction is the fact you're going to have Kick-Ass and Hit Girl defeat Nemesis and and save everybody.
Okay, so all right, real quick. I know y'all probably talked about this. Oh no, Ash hadn't read it yet.
Ash probably hasn't read the issue yet.
See, I'm not going to spoil Big Game for you, Ash. So
that's very kind of you.
I'm one for one. I'm 1 for 1. 50% effort.
Appreciate it.
Here, let me give you a visual so we can tell what we're talking about. I'll just show the book.
Hey, hold up that cover. Is that a homage cover to the spy book that he did?
Yeah.
King of Spies? Yes, that's the dude from King of Spies. I
thought
think
you did an Amish cover. I was like, what?
I don't think they've shown that character in the story so far.
It hasn't appeared.
Sorry, homage.
Homage, yeah. So
excuse me, it's homage.
Oh, don't. Oh, yeah, homage.
Yeah.
Rhaegar says he hopes that Walking Dead continues until season 57 and they have 10 spin-offs. And it's like the MCU. They have Walking Dead multiverse and a zombie Thanos and a zombie Infinity Gauntlet.
I don't know, man, but I can say this: when you get to the end of this issue, it's a huge spoiler for the cover. What's going to happen in the next book? By how people they show on the cover.
Oh, for Big Game?
Yeah,
dude, the cover for Big Game number 5 is a really sweet looking cover.
It is. I love it, but I'm thinking like it just makes me think. Basically what I was thinking is going to happen is going to happen.
Maybe, but I mean, cover A for this issue.
I just don't know how it's going to happen, but it's but
maybe.
Man, why do you want to spoil stuff, Rhaegar?
Well,
I don't understand that. Don't understand.
Did you
just want to piss in everyone's Cheerios.
But yeah. I love Cheerios.
Yeah,
I like Cheerios.
It's not when there's lemon in there.
I don't like them with banana. My mom used to put banana in them.
Oh, I love them with banana.
I didn't care for them with banana.
Oh, you get your own. Get the dough.
Banana and Cheerios is good.
Get the Dole brand banana, slice it up like little hockey pucks. Throw it in there.
Yeah, I know that's what she used to
medallions. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, what I would do is I would drizzle honey over my Cheerios. Like I wouldn't get honey nut Cheerios, but I would get regular Cheerios and then just drizzle some honey over it. Like that stuff.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't sound too bad either. I've never tried that, but
I gotta ask.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Without spoiling anything, Zach, I'm gonna ask you the opening page in this. What did you think right away?
The opening page? Hold on. Let me reach over here and find it in my stack of new comic books. I actually have a stack. It's so funny. Last week I only had like 3 or 4 books, and this week I have 6 or 7. Opening page of Big Game. Oh yeah, I was like, oh wow, what on earth happened there?
It was catered to Zach.
Well, kinda, yeah. It's one of my favorite ingredients for
wait. Rhaegar says bananas are disgusting. Why? Because monkeys like bananas?
Oh yeah, Rhaegar. Yeah. How do you like being the racist joke target?
Only monkeys like bananas.
I like banana bread. I don't care for bananas themselves, just because the fruit is too mushy.
Dude, you bring a banana, either goes my mind goes to Minions or I go to Wally West trying to give Grodd a banana.
Banana.
All right.
Should I be shocked that Zach doesn't like bananas?
I like banana flavored things. I just don't care for banana. It's not the flavor of it; it's the consistency, like the texture of the fruit. No, it's not the shape even. It's the texture of the fruit.
It's not the flavor; it's the length that matters.
It's too mushy.
Anyhow,
but we're basically past an auction.
4 hours.
I'm about to say, have y'all been going? How long were y'all going when I got in?
We were just about to reach 3 hours.
You're about to reach 3?
And then Ash joined, so I figured I'd give it.
yeah, we'll do it. We were doing an oversized issue.
That's right.
Yes.
King size issue. If we can read a king size Fantastic Four annual for 3 hours, we can certainly shoot the breeze for 4.
I'm confused. Which one's which now? Because there's two Geek Easies. Let me try. Which one are you on?
Huh?
Say something once.
Let's see. That's
That's what I mean.
I'm the one on the bottom. The one that's all black right now. That one.
You probably lost a connection, and there you go.
It keeps popping up. So I have 2 of them.
StreamYard probably doesn't realize that the other one is disconnected.
Yeah.
Now it goes. Now you
Now,
You know what else with bananas is good but in cornflakes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sliced up bananas into cornflakes.
I only use cornflakes for chicken. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the bananas in that, but if you were having it as cereal,
Bananas, chicken, and cornflakes together. Oh my! All right,
maybe you're onto something.
maybe fried banana chicken.
I do like banana chips. Like if you ever find banana chips, those things are pretty
Banana
good.
chips are good. By the way, those are bananas.
Yeah. I know.
Just wanting you to know.
But they're crunchy. They're not mushy. So yeah.
They're mushy after you chew them.
Yeah, but they're not mushy when they already go into your mouth, though.
All right, guys. Since we're since Mariko Tamaki is bound to show up soon.
Again,
Jack is
yeah.
saying he only liked hard things to go in his mouth.
Oh, come on, Ash, not you. I expect
What?
this from Bigman and Geek Easy, not you.
What? I'm just pointing out that.
Zach, I don't know you that well to do that with you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you shouldn't. Anyway.
We've been here for 4 hours and 11 minutes. 2 hours more than I wanted to be.
I was about to say we probably need to go to bed.
Yeah, it is. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and it's after midnight here, and it's only 10:19 by Ash.
Lucky
It's
Ash.
only 10:19 here, baby.
All
And
right.
I got 2 glasses of Screwball in me.
Ooh.
By the way, I just discovered Screwball today, and I don't know how I've been missing this all my life. Do you know what Screwball is?
I know what a highball is.
It's peanut butter flavored whiskey. Screwball with a K.
Interesting.
No, it's really good.
I would try it.
Wait, with the K?
Yeah,
Only one?
with a K.
Just
Yeah.
one.
So if you have 3 of them,
Just one.
then Zach can say, "Hey, I like them."
It is surprisingly, if you think of like mixing peanut butter into a whiskey, that's like a nasty combination. Like your brain, I get it. This doesn't taste like whiskey with peanut butter in it, but it is a peanut butter flavored whiskey.
But
So
what if you
don't think like that. Don't think that it's whiskey with peanut butter. It's just think of a peanut butter like liqueur.
So if you just I get my Jiffy peanut butter and I just pour alcohol into it.
Don't do that. That'd be nasty. But if you want a peanut butter flavored, like it's just I'm shocked. It's really good. I was pretty blown away. So,
Yep. All right.
And then also what you do is you pour a little Chambord, which is a raspberry liqueur, with it, and then you have a PB&J whiskey. It's pretty dope.
Casey, does you know you're muted, so we have no idea what you're doing. We all know you're going on a tour of your building.
A 3 hour tour.
I'm just hoping one of those doors wasn't the bathroom. still muted. So
I just love this. It's like we're getting a tour of the.
It's like
The
being on
Alaskan
Grot.
Cabot.
It's like being on, dude. It's like watching Grotto.
It's-
Orloff, he just takes a tour. It's like but
I forgot that I had the camera on.
There he is.
I kind of figured that. I was glad you weren't going to the bathroom.
No, I always turn the camera and sound off for that. But I'm heading out to go to get something to eat.
All right, but we're gonna end it right here anyway. So I hope everybody had fun tonight. For those who are still here, there's 6 people watching. I'm not even one of them. It's crazy.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are insane. I want to be like Ferris Bueller and tell you all to go home.
So I expect we went for 4 hours. There better be 100 views on this.
I'll catch you guys later.
Bye,
Later, man.
Geek Easy. Take it easy.
All
All right.
All right, for those
Have
who
fun.
for those coming up next Monday on Ash on Comics, we'll be reviewing, I guess, Big Game, and what was the other one? We're gonna do Void Rivals.
Did we
Well,
do
we'll have,
Void
we'll have something up there, but that's Monday nights at 11 p.m. on Ash on Comics.
Sounds like Big Game is going to be it for sure.
yes.
Big Game
Lots
is
to
a
talk
definite.
about.
Yeah.
Big Game. I think we already talked about Transformers, so definitely Big Game. That being said, that'll be 11 p.m. Central on Monday nights on Ash on Comics. Set your alarm clocks to wake up at 11 p.m. Get your nap in before.
That's what I'm planning to do.
And then
Red-eyed
also,
and bushy-tailed.
tomorrow night, starting at 7:15 p.m., we'll be doing that on Friday and Sunday. We'll be doing at least 2 readings. So it's 2 hours back to back of just awesome content as far as every Friday. It's every Friday and Sunday. So it's 2 hours of just Marvel DC books, which we do ham it up. We do have inside jokes, but like I said, we do appreciate the people leaving comments down below. For those who watch the readings, maybe offline replays, let us know what you hate and what you love. Or just say maybe just give comments. Hey, maybe read this issue that we're talking about, or just reading. But anyway, my whole point is engage with the channel. Help us algorithm. Help us get more people. We're at 438 subscribers. Our goal right now is to get to 500 so we can at least be eligible for super chat. So Rhaegar can just troll us for $2.
I'm gonna need a whole lot more than $2 for Rhaegar to troll me. I'm gonna need at least 4.
I think he's willing to do it for free. So I would take what you could get.
I'm just saying it's $1.99 or it goes up to like what, $5 is the next one.
Maybe, I think.
Anyway, those who, just like doing the Ko-Fi link, it's going across here, ko-fi.com/Palpatine. If you don't donate at least $1, you are able to help us with the channel, pay for the StreamYard, paying for the Marvel and DC apps we use for reading. Actually also pays for Comixology, which I'm just going to start using too as well. I just love the transition from panel to panel. So much smoother. Anyway, and also if those who donate $1 on through our Ko-Fi link, you right now you get the choice of helping us choose our next reading. So if you donate more than $1, we'll do 2 books. $1 per book. That's what I'm looking at right now. So
That's a quarter of it would cost to get the book.
Yeah. So we'll
that's
read
a deal.
We'll read 1 book for $1, and if you do $2, you can choose 2 books. I would just say those if you are going to be doing like a mini series, you're going to read us to read these 4 issues. That'd be at least $4. Make it worth us our while. But anyway, tomorrow night. So see you then. Hope you guys had fun. Subscribe, share this channel out. Help us get to 500. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Ash, for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You just wormed your way right in.
Did.
That's right. I came barging in late, and I left the door open for Ash to come in with me.
It's like the doggy door. Here comes a raccoon. That's not my dog.
Hey, wait a second. Am I the raccoon in this story?
I think I might be the raccoon. You
No,
might
no,
be
no,
like one of the baby
no,
ones that
no,
was
no,
hidden
no,
underneath me.
no. Sorry, Zach. You can never be a raccoon. You don't like raccoons.
I like raccoons.
Oh,
They're all over outside my house. Them and armadillos.
The joke.
mhm, mhm.
Oh,
I'm sure there's a lot of them out there in the South.
No. Oh God. No, not that kind.
What? What did I
No.
say? Wait,
Nothing.
what do you mean? What kind? What are you talking about?
No, nothing. I'm done. I'm gonna go to bed now. I have nothing more to say. I'm innocent.
Ah.
He only wears white on Labor Days. Right.
Okay.